to tell the officer, quote, "Leave me the fuck alone. You people are a piece of shit, and that's all you'll do is treat people with no respect." Started off, the defendant started walking towards the officer, dropped the pill bottles, and kept saying, "Leave me alone, get away from me." Officer asked the defendant what it was that they're trying to hide. Defendant said that that's my marijuana. Defendant was combative, telling the officer to fuck off. Officer made contact with the complainant witness, said they were a party, they both got drunk and started fighting when they got in the Uber. And the complainant witness stated that she did not feel pain. I think that's where we're at.
Do they see any visible injuries, anything of this nature?
Okay, as far as that goes, what's in the DIMS here is that the witness stated that he observed the defendant with enough force that she covered her face, fell to the floor, and that the witness observed the complainant based on her actions to appear to be in pain. Specifically that the punch was of such a force that it caused her to fall to the floor of the vehicle and cover her face after she was punched. I think that's where we're at with that.
Again, Judge, to answer your question, there's no indication that there were any injuries at all, any marks, and as he just read, she said she did not feel pain, she did not want to press charges, and I have an affidavit on prosecution as well that I'm going to be getting to the state.
Yeah, so as far as bodily injury goes, of course, we don't need necessarily direct evidence. Pain can be something that can be inferred based on conduct. We understand that, a punch of a certain amount of force from a witness's perspective.
Did they get any statements from the person who saw the punch to?
Again, that was the Uber driver. And that's what the Uber driver said, that based on what they saw, the punch had enough force that it caused her to fall to the ground, covering her face.
The officer goes to interview the complaining witness, I'm
Yes.
assuming, and doesn't see
And
anything?
I don't see any indication that they saw anything.
And she says, I felt okay. And I do not want to press charges.
Mr. Child, there are people in life when they drink, they're the life of the party, they're fun to be around. And then there are those when they consume alcohol, they turn into aggressive, mean son of a bitch they have no business drinking. If this is you, don't drink. You have but one life. You start racking up cases, you start racking up convictions. All you're doing is you're hurting yourself. Be nice and good things happen. You're aggressive to cops. You're aggressive here. I mean, the only reason I'm finding no probable cause is because they wrote this report completely, just utterly terrible. And it's over and over and over. But don't drink if you're going to be in hell. Really, we have enough death and dismemberment in our city now as it is. Don't be on the news. All right, I'm going to find no probable cause.
Thank you, Judge.
No.
All right, Judge, next is page 3, Barber, come on up.
Come on up.
Yes.
All right, good morning, Mr. Barber.
Thanks, man.
Sir, you're charged with racing on a highway. You're facing up to a year in jail. And I'm sorry, you're facing up to 180 days in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
On April 13th, 2025, law enforcement officers observed a large group of performance cars gathered at a location and then saw two of the vehicles line up side by side and accelerate to approximately 100 miles per hour. law enforcement officers recorded the events, and another law enforcement officer initiated a traffic stop where they made contact with the defendant, who was the driver of one of the vehicles that had took place in this outpacing contest. Defendant admitted to being in the races and stated that he never got out of his vehicle while he was at the race.
Do we have a co-defendant in this case?
They're checking now, Your Honor.
And number one, number two, does he have a license?
I can check, Your Honor. So the co-defendant is not linked in our system. I don't know if they just weren't able to stop that one.
Right.
But I'm running his license now, Your Honor.
Mr. Barber, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to participate in these types of events again. If I find that you do, first thing I will do is I will put you in jail. And the next thing is I will take away your privilege to drive while this case is open. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You're not to participate in any street takeovers, racing, donuts, reckless driving, anything of this nature.
Yes, sir.
His license is eligible, Your Honor.
Can I say one thing?
Do not, don't. Just the only other thing I'm going to caution you is you are not allowed to drive unless you have valid liability insurance in your name as well. If you don't have car insurance in your name, you're not allowed to drive, and that's a bond condition as well. If I find that you do without, I will revoke the bond and put you in jail. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind filing those conditions?
Doing that right now, Your Honor.
Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to give you time. I will have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. We will have you go into the jury box while we get your bond conditions ready. We'll have you sign it, and after that, you'll be free to go.
Yes, sir.
Please.
This way. Go ahead and sign, reset. All right, Judge, next is page 17. Anderson, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
On April 12th, 2025, officers observed a vehicle driving at a high rate of speed, specifically going 46 in a 35 posted zone on the officer's car radar. Traffic stop was conducted. Defendant was identified by his Texas ID card. Officers observed the odor of alcohol emanating from the defendant's breath. Based on this, standard field sobriety tests were conducted. Following results: 6 of 6 HGN. Officers detained the defendant, placed him in the back of the patrol vehicle. The defendant did not give a full effort during walk and turn on the first attempt, but did score a 5 out of 8 on that attempt and was given a second attempt, which changed his mind once starting, not completing the second attempt. During one leg stand, officers observed 4 formal clues. Defendant was read DIC, consistent to a breath test of 0.143 and 0.134 for the returns.
Mr. Henderson, can you run his license, please?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. Do you understand? You will be randomly tested. If you test positive for drugs or alcohol, your bond will be revoked. You will go into custody. No more PR bonds. You understand? You are not allowed to drive unless you have a valid Texas driver license and liability insurance in your name.
So I don't see anything return your own driver's license.
You don't have a license. You are not allowed to drive, and that is a bond condition of yours as well. You will be signing an affidavit with me today. This is a promise you're going to make to me that you're not going to drive. I don't care what your excuse is. If I find that you drive, it's really not going to go well for you. Do you understand, Mr. Henderson? If you want to drive, go get a license, get insurance, and I will happily take the restriction off. Do you understand? Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer? Can you look to see if he has any prior DWIs, please?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Deputy Miranda's going to give you an application. I need to know everything about you to see whether you qualify for a lawyer. We'll have you sign this affidavit and then we'll have you fill it out. So, okay, go for it. Any priors, please?
A lot of extensive out-of-state history, Your Honor, but I'm looking for DWIs. Driving while licensed suspended from votes,
255.
pain possession,
987. Mata.
leaving the scene of an accident.
Raise your right. Do solemnly affirm that you will not operate in the vehicle without valid taking driver's license and not driving whatsoever in the state is that. Okay.
A lot of criminal history.
Yeah, it's out of state, Your Honor, specifically in Florida. It's about 27 pages. But I don't,
You don't see
yeah,
any?
I don't, I've done I don't see any driving while intoxicated.
Herman, right?
Yes, sir. May I?
What's the last name, Herman?
Mata.
That's right.
Page 25.
Pablo. Ponlo ahí. Miras aquí, ponte aquí. Ella va a traducir. Échase para adelante con confianza, por favor.
Buenos días.
For Mr. Mata
¿Usted es
Rojas,
señor Mata Rojas?
Sí.
Yes.
you were charged with
Se
assault
impuso
of a
delitos
family
de
member.
familia.
You were facing up
Puede recibir hasta
jail
un
and or
año
a
de
$4,000
cárcel hasta
fine.
$4,000 de multa.
We are going to do
Vamos a hacer
probable
razón
cause. Have the
culpatoria.
right to
Tiene
remain
derecho a
silent.
permanecer silencio.
Anything you say
Todo lo que
can or
usted diga lo
against
podemos
you.
usar contra usted.
You have the right to have an attorney
Derecho de-
present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you.
A uno dice,
Law enforcement
los
officers
oficiales
were dispatched to a
fueron
disturbance.
a la llamada
Upon making
al llegar
scene,
a la cena
they spoke
y
with
se hablaron
the 10-year-old daughter of the
la hija
complainant,
de 10 años de la fijante,
who stated
que
that
dijo
her
que
mom
su madre
was hit in the face by her dad.
en la cara por su padre.
The complainant
La
stated
fijante
that she was
dijo de
struck
que ella
in the head
en la cabeza
at least 3 times
3 veces
with a closed
con un
fist,
puño cerrado.
while also being
Ellos
kicked
también patalearon
on the side of her
en
torso.
la- en su cuerpo.
While this was going on,
Mientras que esto estaba ocurriendo,
the defendant
La
had barricaded
comunidad.
himself
se vio encerrado
in the children's bedroom
en el cuarto de los niños
of the residence.
de la residencia.
Um, Complainant also stated
También dijo de que
that she was dragged by her hair.
la sujeron de su cabello.
The 10-year-old
La
child
niña de 10 años
observed all of this.
observó todo.
The victim, the complainant
Esa
stated
gente dijo de que
that she felt
de que ella
pain
sintió dolor
during this,
durante
but was unable to provide a
y
number.
se pudo dar
on a scale of 1 to 10.
numeración a 1 a 10.
Yes, Your Honor.
Estaba involucrado algo. Dice así, sí, soy
10-year-old witness did advise that the
niña de
defendants
10 años
have been
dijo
drinking
de
some
que
kind
había
of
dado, había
alcohol.
bebido un tipo de alcohol.
Mr. Mata Rojas, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, I will put you in jail.
Te voy a encarcelar.
I want you to know that I will protect every person in my county at all costs. I don't care who you are. I don't care why you're here, how you're here. If you're not in this country with permission and you go to jail and immigration finds you, they will possibly put an immigration detainer on you and you will be stuck like Chuck in custody until this case is over with.
Hasta que se acabe el caso.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende? Contesta.
Sí.
Yes.
Not to have contact with the complaining witness in this case. You're not to be in possession of weapons, and I don't want you to go within 200 feet of where she lives or where she works.
Judge,
Su señoría,
it seems like the
Parece
CW is
que tiene
going
que
to
tener
want to protective order. I've instructed them if they do, we'll have to come to court and you'll have to see and hear from her if you
I
consider
think the
that.
allegations are,
las alegaciones son
There might be some self-defense allegations as well.
I get it, but all I know is that at this time, Mr. Mata Rojas, I don't want you to have contact with the complaining witness in this case. I don't care if she comes to you. I don't care if Jesus comes down and says we're having a party and she's there and they want you there. Don't have contact with the complaining witness. Do you
¿Lo
understand?
entiende?
Yes.
Yes.
Judge, if she, after like 30 days, if she wants the protective order removed, would you be open to if she comes to court?
We'll keep an open mind. Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
No sé.
All I want to know is that, number one, he's not using, and number two, that she's protected and that she feels that she's not in danger.
Absolutely,
Ella no está en
So, I mean, come back in a while and then we can talk to her and we'll see.
absolutely.
But until that,
Is his appearance waived? I know your rule, but I just wanted to hear from the court.
Mr. Mata, you have a lawyer. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance. It is your responsibility to stay in touch with Mr. Martinez, and he will tell you if and when you have to come back to court. If Mr. Martinez tells me he can't get a hold of you because you're ducking, dodging phone calls, text messages, or you pick up a new case, I will revoke your bond and put you in jail.
No sé, tú puedes encarcelar.
Do you understand?
¿Usted lo entiende?
Yes.
Yes.
So we have a MOAP that has been already issued in this case, right?
Yes,
Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor.
Puesto.
There's a protective order that has been issued in this case. I would get to know it. If you do something to violate this protective order, the state can and probably will file a violation of a protective order. And that is one of the worst misdemeanor cases you can pick up. For now, we'll have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. You will then get with pretrial for your bond conditions. And after that, you'll be free to go. Thanks, Herman. Thanks for being patient.
You're sorry, take a seat. Okay. Heather as well?
All right, Judge, next is page 9, Cummings, come on up. Somebody comes.
Good morning, Mr. Cummings. So you're charged with deadly conduct. You're facing up to a year in jail and a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
On April 11th, 2025, officers were dispatched to a family disturbance call. Officers arrived and met with the complainant, who was ID'd by her Texas driver's license. Complainant identified the defendant by name and date of birth. The complainant stated that an argument occurred between her and the defendant. The complainant stated the defendant grabbed his handgun and held it in his hand as he became angrier. Complainant left the apartment due to fear. Complainant returned to the apartment and contacted the Harris County Sheriff's officers to report the incident. Officers made contact with the defendant. When officers approached the defendant, he stated, quote, "I'm not talking and I don't want to answer any questions." Defendant began to gather his things and grabbed a handgun and placed it in a fanny pack. Officers threw their guns on the defendant, and the defendant stated, "Are y'all going to shoot me? Shoot me then." Defendant complied with verbal commands and was detained.
Is the brandishing of a firearm enough for a deadly conduct? Because does he do anything affirmative? I guess.
So, yeah, and that's, I mean, I would, never a PC hearing, Your Honor, I'd have to do some case law research, but I can see how it's charged is brandishing the handgun, putting the complainant in imminent fear of serious bodily injury. I think the reason it probably wasn't terroristic threats because there was no word said, right? It was just grabbing of the handgun.
Let's do this, Mr. Cummings. I'm going to appoint you a lawyer today so we can figure out, because, you know, we get down and dirty with every case because I want to make sure if I find probable cause, there actually is probable cause. So let's do this. I'm going to appoint you a lawyer today and I'll have him talk to you and then we'll revisit this PC hearing momentarily. Okay. Just take a seat, but don't leave. All right?
Yes, sir.
And then we'll have you talk to some here momentarily. Okay.
All right, Judge, next is
Yes.
page 25, Martinez, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Sir, you're charged with driving while your license is suspended. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
On April 12, 2025, officers observed a motor vehicle failed to signal a lane change. Officers also observed the motor vehicle's registration had expired in 2022. There was also unconfirmed insurance. Traffic stop was conducted. Defendant was identified by his Texas ID card. Defendant stated he did not have a driver's license nor proof of financial responsibility. Officers learned the defendant was not an eligible driver due to a license suspension back in February of 2024. Officers learned the defendant had 5 prior convictions for failure to obtain liability insurance on his license. Officers asked the defendant if he was aware of his driver's license was suspended, and he advised he was. However, he did not know how it was suspended, saying he was working on his SR-22 and reinstating his driver's license.
Martinez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to drive. I don't care what you have to do in this life. I don't care if there's someone having a heart attack and you have to go save them. There's a burning building and you have to save 50 kittens. I don't care. If you don't have a license and liability insurance, you're not allowed to drive. This is an affidavit that you're going to be signing with me. And if I find that you do, every single time you drive, it's a contemptible action, punishable by up to 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time you drive. Do you understand? If you want to drive, go get a license, get liability insurance, and I will be doing backflips. So happy I will be to take this off. But if I find that you do, it's really not going to go well for you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You have the ability to hire a lawyer.
No.
I can have you fill an application. I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. Deputy Miranda will give you an application. I'm going to have you come swear to us that you're not going to drive. I'll get you to Victoria Sign and Reset, and then we'll have you take a seat. Please.
You're even thought law conditions for the
Yeah. Yeah. With both. No driving and then no without insurance as well.
All right, Judge, next is page 26 and 27, McKnight, come on up.
Raise your hand. Name is Eduardo Martinez. You solemnly swear and claim that you will not operate in public vehicle that have takes a driver's license and no driving license. On this case, Alright, sign the receipt.
And sign, please.
Good morning, Ms. McKnight. Ma'am, you're charged with 2 cases. You're charged with criminal mischief, and you're also charged with interference with the emergency request for assistance. On the criminal mischief, you're facing up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. And on the interference case, you're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. I also see she has an open warrant.
Yes, Your Honor. I see that as well.
You also are charged with, I guess, the following day, you picked up a terroristic threat. On that case, you're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine.
How did that tell me?
First, we're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. Let's do probable cause and then we'll.
On April 13th, 2025, officers were dispatched to a disturbance. Dispatch stated that the defendant knocked the complainant's phone out of her hand and then left the location. Officers made contact with the female matching the description given by dispatch. The female stated that she was the victim, but she was not talking without a lawyer. Defendant gave name and date of birth, but would not provide an ID card. Defendant was detained and taken back to the incident location. Complainant stated she reported a criminal mischief on the defendant the day prior. Complainant advised to dispatch that he would later call back and report the incident, which he received video of the incident proving that the defendant had damaged his vehicle. Complainant advised today he went to the store, and when he returned, the defendant was on his porch. Complainant asked the defendant, "What are you doing here?" After you broke my window of the vehicle, of my vehicle. Complainant advised he told the defendant just to sit there while he called police. Defendant then left, but returned while he was on the phone with dispatch. Defendant knocked the phone out of his hand and caused damage to the phone. The value of the phone was $300.
And what about the terroristic?
So the terroristic threat, Your Honor, and this is the same complainant. On April 15th, officers were dispatched to a telephone harassment. Upon arrival, officers spoke with the complainant. Complainant stated that he had received a phone call from the defendant via a Google phone number threatening to shoot up her home. Complainant stated she was confident the caller was the defendant and expressed her desire to pursue criminal charges. Further investigation revealed that the defendant had been arrested at the same location on April 13th for interference with an emergency call and mischief. She was out on bond for that incident.
Should be given conditions not to go back.
Let me check here.
Ms. McKnight, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. I don't want you to have contact with this person.
It's not for them. I'm praying about that person.
I don't want you to have contact with this person. Do you understand? Are you sure you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't want you to go where this person lives. If you do, it's not going to go well. I will revoke your bond, put you in jail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I have evidence for all that.
And I'm going to give you a lawyer today. I know that there's two sides of the story. You can give your side of the story you can give your side of the story to the lawyer, but I don't want you to have contact with this person. That's it. Do you understand?
So when it comes down to the child, do I have to come back to court just to get in contact with us?
I don't want you to go to his house.
No, I'm talking about, do I have to come to court so I get in contact with her because we have a child?
We'll figure that out. Let me get you the lawyer and then we'll figure that out. But just don't go to the person's house. Don't have contact with him. Don't call him. Don't use anybody else's phone to contact him. It's not going to go well. You need to understand that if I revoke your bond in this case and I set them at $5,000 to $10,000 and you don't have anyone to post those bonds, you will be stuck in there until these cases are over. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Miranda, do you mind? You know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm going to appoint you a lawyer today. I'm going to have you sign a reset with Victoria, and then we'll have you take a seat in the jury box while I find you a lawyer. Don't leave until you sign our bond conditions.
Your Honor, I want to wait for the lawyer to set bond on the new case as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, Judge, next is page 31, O'Neill.
You know what? Was a MOAP issued in these cases?
So it's not a MOAP, Your Honor. Let me check. No MOAP. There was a DOB. One of the conditions was no correction.
I want to do a MOAP on these cases, Vic, so I don't want to forget.
Okay,
So when we do, what page?
page 31, top of 30.
Mr. O'Neill. Morning. Sir, you're charged with terroristic threat of a family or household member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. All right.
Good morning, Judge. Just 1 second, pulling up right now.
Okay.
Sir.
I thought I was supposed to have an attorney here today.
Did you hire one?
No, the judge that I talked to said that I could have.
That was for purpose of magistration, but it doesn't carry with you until the end. You don't have a lawyer at this time.
All right, Judge.
On April 12th, 2025, officers responded to a family disturbance call in Harris County, Texas. The officer ID'd the complaining witness by their Texas ID card. The complaining witness stated that the defendant threatened to shoot her. The complaining witness ID'd the defendant by his Texas driver's license. The complaining witness stated that she is the defendant's daughter and they all live together in their grandfather's residence. The complaining witness stated that the defendant threw her clothes outside. The complaining witness stated she asked the defendant to go get them. The complaining witness stated that the defendant stated, "I have something else for you," and then took his hand and pointed it at the complaining witness, stating, "I'm going to shoot you." Complaining witness stated that they were in fear due to multiple guns being in the house and the defendant having a violent history. The complaining witness stated she observed the defendant holding a black long gun. The officer detained the defendant. The defendant refused to ID himself, repeatedly stating, "What is going on?" The Miranda rights were read. The defendant denied all allegations and stated his daughter, the complaining witness, was lying. Defendant advised that he hadn't seen the complaining witness all day long because she was at the hospital visiting her mother. The officer inquired about this, and the complaining witness stated that she did not go to the hospital. It was only her grandfather who went. The complaining witness stated that she was home and the defendant did see her and threaten her.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to have any contact with this person and not to be in possession of weapons. These are your bond conditions. If you violate these conditions, I will revoke your bond, put you in jail.
Absolutely.
Do you understand?
I don't have.
Just don't say anything at this point. Just don't have any weapons. Don't have contact with this person. There's a protective order that has been issued in this case. I would get to know it. If you do something to violate the protective order, they will potentially file additional charges against you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
What about the house? That's where all my stuff is at.
What I'm going to do is I'll appoint me a lawyer today. You can talk to the lawyer about what's going on, but I'm going to do everything in my power to protect everybody in this at all costs. You understand? Okay. So look,
She can go wherever she wants. But I'm just asking.
let's do this. Let me appoint you a lawyer. You can talk to the lawyer and we can go from there. Now is not the appropriate time to go through this.
I've been staying at a shelter.
Okay, hold on.
And
I already have an application. So Vic, do you mind appointing him? I already have an application on file. For now, what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you sign a reset with Victoria while you take a seat in the juror box while I find you a lawyer. We'll have you talk to this person and we'll go from there.
the reset happened in a few days.
We usually do like a month.
Month.
I'm gonna have you talk to a lawyer today.
All right, Judge, next is page 31.
Can you find no
Please
contact and no
come on
weapons,
up.
please? And no weapons here. What page did you?
31?
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge, I missed the last name on this defendant.
Ortiz. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. On April 13th, 2025, officer was dispatched to a motor vehicle accident in Harris County, Texas. The officers arrived on the scene and they met with Houston Fire Department, who stated that they observed the defendant to be passed out behind the wheel of the motor vehicle with the engine on. The witness from Houston Fire Department stated that they put the vehicle in park and took the keys out of the ignition. The officers detained the defendant and the defendant was transported to a parking lot. The defendant agreed to perform standard field sobriety tests. The defendant had a 6 out of 6 on the HGN, a 4 out of 8 on the walk and turn, and a 2 out of 4 on the one leg stand. The DIC was read and the defendant consented to a breath test. And the defendant's results of the breath test were 0.086 and 0.087.
Did you say there was an accident?
It says that, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Officers were dispatched to a motor vehicle accident in Harris County,
Did they
Texas.
smell alcohol? Did they see bloodshot eyes? Did they have an odor of anything? Before they started doing all the tests?
If I may.
Are you losing?
So, Your Honor, I am in the DIMS, it does not say. Yeah, I know. In the DIMS, it does not say. I am checking the offense report. I know. I know your feelings on that, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortiz, if you watch the news every single day, we have someone dying from a DWI in our county. It's not cool. If you want to go get lit, fantastic. Take a freaking Uber. $40 and one button on your phone. Anywhere you want to go, man. I'm going to find no probable cause in this case. Just be careful. All right? Please.
All right, Judge, next is page 36. Paper.
Good morning, Mr. Schaefer. Sir, you're charged with aggregate theft. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. All right.
Thank you, Judge. The officer made contact with the loss prevention officer of O'Reilly's Auto Parts, who stated that he received an anonymous online tip about a possible theft regarding one of the employees from the 3498 FM 528 location. That's an address. The tip stated that the defendant had made 2 fraudulent returns and kept the money from them. The first return was back on August 2nd, 2024 for $316.50 for three brake rotors. The complaining witness was able to contact the customer and they advised they did not return the rotors. The other return was on January 16th, 2025 for $179. The complaining witness contacted that customer and they also advised that they did not return the product. The total of the 2 returns was $495.50. The defendant admitted to the theft in a written statement. Complaining witness provided the 2 fraudulent receipts and listed on each was Schaefer's unique counter number.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to have contact with this O'Reilly. There's not a specific complaining witness, right? So I'll just go into O'Reilly's. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I find that you do, if I find that you pick up a new case, it's not going to go well. Do you understand? Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer?
Sir, I do that.
Okay, we can have you fill out an application. I'll look to see whether you qualify. Deputy Miranda is going to give you an application. I'll have you go to Victoria sign a reset. We'll have you take a seat. We're losing spots.
I only got one more minute and I'm supposed to.
Okay, well, there's one.
Bond conditions. You don't sign.
Okay, so we'll do all that. We'll have you take a seat there and then let me start. Okay, please.
I'll just call up the next one to be ready. Fine. Theo, come on up.
Okay, we can get Barbara out of here. You want to bring?
Barbara?
Barbara, come on up. We'll have you
Gary,
sign.
Barbara?
He's THA, so we can get him out. And then.
Just 1 second. Have you signed? Okay.
What is it?
It's in around here, I just gotta I'll let you know what it's.
No, I'm saying what's the condition?
I put judgment here earlier, basic says, I'll take a part, yes, take over. Draw them down, last.
Oh, that's.
Okay, what page?
Page 37, Steele.
right, good morning, Mr. Steele. Sir, you're charged with evading arrest or detention and theft. On the evading arrest, you're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. On the theft, you're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 11th, 2025, officers were dispatched to a theft in progress call in Harris County, Texas. Officers were given a description of the defendant by an academy employee. The officers observed the defendant walk out of the store passing all points of sale. The officer attempted to detain the defendant for investigation for the alleged theft. The defendant initially complied with the officer directives. As officer grabbed the defendant's wrists, the defendant began to pull away and evaded through the parking lot. The defendant eventually tired out and officer detained him without incident. The defendant evaded approximately 1,271 feet. The officer confirmed with the reportee that the defendant detained was the one who stole a paintball gun, and officer located the merchandise in the bushes at the Olive Garden where the defendant stated he dumped it. Initially, the defendant denied taking anything from the academy, but when confronted with being told store cameras caught him in the act, he admitted it and led the officer to where he dumped the paintball gun. The paintball gun was retail priced at the store for $140.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to go to any academy. Do you understand? How old are you, sir?
17, sir.
Are you here with anyone today?
Yes, sir. I'm with my sister.
Okay. I'll appoint your lawyer today. All
Yes,
right? Don't get in any more trouble. I don't want to have to put you in jail. You know, if I put your bond at $5,000 to $10,000 and you don't have anyone to put that kind of money up, you'll be stuck like Chuck, man. This is not a good way. All right?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have bond conditions created for you. Don't get in any more trouble. Don't go to O'Reilly's. What are you doing with yourself? Are you in school? Are you in high school?
Yes, sir. High school. I'm in 10th grade and I'm trying to find a job right now.
School. That should be your one and only gig, you know? That should be your full-time job because the most, you want a paintball gun? Money. You get money with knowledge. You get that with school. That's your full-time job. Do you understand?
Sir.
All right. I'm gonna have you sign a receipt, Victoria. We'll have you just take a seat in the juror box while I find your lawyer, okay?
Yeah.
Please. We file now going to academies.
Annie Berryhill?
All right, Judge,
Very
next
good.
is page 13. Garcia, come on up.
And stay in school full-time.
Who's that last name? Actually.
Ortiz, I think.
Yeah.
Vic, I lost the page. What was it?
Page 13, Garcia.
Sorry. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. Sir, you were charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On June 7th, 2024, officers were dispatched to the complaining witness's residence and met with JV, a minor. The defendant is her older brother. They were having an argument because someone went through his items in his room. The defendant kicked her in her midsection area, causing her to fall on the floor, and struck her with a fist several times. Her younger brother also witnessed this. She felt pain. Defendant left the location before the officers arrived. That concludes.
This is old, huh?
Yes, Judge.
This is from 2024. We're just now getting it? Is it a 2B?
Yes, Judge, it must have been a 2B. We do have another offense from a 2024 date as well, so I'm not sure what brought them in this day.
Mr. Garcia, I'm sending you for a drug and alcohol test. I want to know what, if anything, is in your system now and you're to come back. If you ever take off again, I'm going to make your bond extremely high. No more PR bonds. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
You are on bond for a felony as well. Will keep my county safe at all costs. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to appoint your lawyer today, but I'm sending you for a drug test. You must take the test and come back. You understand?
Okay.
All right. I want to send him for a test.
Can you send these children?
All right, Judge, we do have a few more agreements, however, the attorneys are not.
Oh.
present.
Okay, we'll wait. Then let,
Councilman Richard?
Mr. Martinez, come on up. No, I'm gonna deny this one.
Yes, sir.
You know, you make too much money and you have virtually no expenses. No, right there, right there, right there. So, I mean, you can afford a lawyer. You make,
I was gonna ask a question.
don't. You have the right to remain silent. Exercise that right. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Whatever you say, they're gonna use it against you. Just what you need to do is you need to go hire a lawyer. There's a gajillion and one lawyers out there. So go out there, don't accept the first one, negotiate with them. 99% will put you on a payment plan where you pay $200 a month. You just need to find the right one for you. All right. So just take the seat for me. I'm gonna have you sign a reset and we'll get you out of here.
All right, got it. Thank you. Get it out for you. Okay.
Hey, Vic,
Council for reset?
on Martinez, THA group, Eduardo Martinez.
Judge, if you want to start THA?
Yeah. But I'm telling you, if we can set THA on him.
Judge, we did have one Spanish arraignment,
Okay.
page 23, Lopez. Should have signed five. Lopez.
Todo a voz alta.
What page did you say?
Page 23.
Is Victor Lopez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lopez, you were charged with criminal trespass. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 11th, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, officer was working patrol when he observed a motor vehicle that matched the description of a vehicle that was recently stolen by 3 armed Hispanic males. The officers conducted a traffic stop. The defendants disregarded officers' verbal commands by staying in the vehicle. The driver continued to disregard commands by putting the motor vehicle in drive and operating the motor vehicle through the parking lot. More specifically, the driver drove approximately 20 miles per hour toward Officer Martin and his motor vehicle. The driver continued to evade for approximately 2 miles until the vehicle was damaged such that it could no longer operate. Defendants were detained and a stolen handgun was located under the driver's seat. The complaining witness mentioned that he was robbed at gunpoint by 3 Hispanic males who took his motor vehicle without his consent.
Charge anyone with the aggravated robbery?
We do not I do not see
robo con
that here.
agravantes.
I'm not
Que
sure
no
if
lo
it's
veo
coded.
aquí, no sé.
Mr. Lopez, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. Was this in the middle of the night? Was this in the middle of the night?
Medianoche.
This was,
I don't know
Yo
what
no
your
sé
immigration
cuál es su
status is,
estado
Mr. Lopez.
migratorio, señor López, pero si no está en este país con
End up going to
permiso
jail.
y termina yendo a
Immigration
la cárcel,
finds
la
you.
inmigración lo
They will
encuentra,
enter
ponen
on
un
you and
sostén
you
en
will be
usted
stuck like
se
Chuck in there.
ahí como yo hasta que este caso se
I
termine.
want you to
Yo quiero
understand
que
that
usted
I'm
entienda
everything in my
en
power
todo
to protect my
bajo mi
city.
poder para proteger a los ciudadanos
Find that you
todos
become a
costos. Se
danger.
encuentra que usted es
It's
peligro.
really not going to go well.
Eso no le va a ir bien, usted lo entiende.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending you now for a drug and alcohol test, and then you're to come right back. If you fail the test, if you fail to come back, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
Entiende.
You're ordered not to use alcohol, illegal drugs, and I'm putting a monitor on you so I know where you are at all times, and I'm giving you a curfew because I don't want you out in the middle of the night.
Quiero que usted esté por allá afuera.
Tell me you have the co-defendants, please, so we know who they
Dígame que
are.
tienen las buenas de
Cole, the co-defendants, so I know who to tell them not to hang out with.
para que usted podamos decir con quién no debe estar.
we have a
Tenemos
couple of names
un
here
par
in
de
the,
nombres
Can you just give
aquí.
me like a cause number? That'd be great.
all right. The cause number is gonna be 255
Okay.
9562.
That's our cause number.
Oh, the cause number for the co-defendant?
Co-defendant.
I don't see it here in the DIM, so I'm pulling up the offense.
Is Bonilla the only co-defendant?
Bonilla and Hernandez, I believe.
Okay, I don't have Hernandez in this case.
Can you give me one of the cause numbers that you have?
Yes, Judge, I have Bonilla, the cause number is 255-9576.
Your Honor, I have Hernandez if you would like that as well.
Tiene a Bonilla y Hernández.
Yes, it is.
Hey. What's the other cause number, Paul?
It is 1911823.
Okay. So they got Hernandez on the act of assault with the evading.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, and the evading.
Robo con agravantes.
There's a problem with the three case. It looks like they put the defendant as the lawyer also as the, and I don't know. So they take care of. But if you want to take a look, they put the defendant as a lawyer. Mr. Luke, it's 255-9576. Mr. Lopez,
Señor López.
I don't want you hanging
Yo
around
no
with the other
quiero que
two
usted esté con
co-defendants in
los
this
dos
case.
acusados en este caso.
Find that you hang
Si
out with them.
encuentro que está con
Likewise, I will
ellos,
revoke your bond, put you in
igualmente le
jail.
revoco su fianza y lo pongo en la cárcel.
Don't
No,
danger my city. Do you understand?
ciudad, ¿lo entiende?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to sign now. Okay, take a seat for me, sir.
Judge, do you want me to appoint or we wait?
Yeah, no, okay. So, no weapons, no contact with the co-defendants, no using GPS with a curfew, please. The curfew is 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
It's being corrected. They have, John, Jaworski.
Yeah, that's right. That's the lawyer.
Let's go for now. Council Polista. You want to start the judge?
Yeah.
I'll start it right. Do we have?
You don't need me?
Not yet.
Okay. You,
If your clerk is ready, I have a plea that's ready. It should be ready. Is he, can you call him? Okay.
How are you this morning, guys?
what's his last name?
This is Mr. Melendez.
What are we doing?
Time served, 3 days, credit for one.
Over here, over here. And next meeting session.
Council Polista.
Why do we keep doing these time served agreements? He's just like, he just pled to a case, right? A month ago, he picks up a new case and. Yeah, I don't know.
You have anything fun yesterday?
I'm just saying, right thumb, like.
Really lazy Sunday. There's nothing.
It was my lazy Sunday. I was busting my butt at the office Friday and Saturday, but yesterday, went over to my sister's. Hung out, had a good family day.
Mr. Melendez, I want you to understand something, that you have entered into a plea bargain with the state. I don't have to take this plea bargain, and if I give you anything more than what the plea bargain is, you'll be allowed to withdraw your plea, and we can set this case for trial. But did we send him for a test today?
Drug test?
It was 50 days after when I picked it up.
No, I believe we only did it on day one and you were waiting for him to be clean. But I've already gone through the evidence and got an offer from the state and he decided to accept it. So we were gonna drop there. I thought it was 2 months after initial setting and we are now not quite 1 month out. Because I was appointed on 3/28.
Melendez,
18 now.
now within 2 months, have now 2 convictions on your record. If I take this, why would we keep letting you get convictions on your record to hose yourself? You want to take the easy way out in life. That's not a good way to go, because now you are just making it all the more difficult to get jobs. You want to get funding for anything in this life, not with all these convictions you start racking up. Did you start the framing job or no?
Oh, well, he didn't like answer me the next day, but I've been doing school. And I have like every day I do it.
In fairness, I did receive emails showing that he just passed his last course and has now moved on to the next one.
So what course is that?
I went through the mental health, now I'm in US history.
That's great. You don't want to do a probation to try to keep this off your record?
I don't want to deal with it no more. I've already been coming for like 5, 6 months. I don't want to keep coming and doing it.
When you pick up cases, that's what happens.
I know.
You know, when there are. half-ass approach, you get a half-ass result. Now you will end up with a second conviction. You don't want a probation. If you do it, right, depending on how well you do it, I take people off early when they do well. All you have to do is stay drug-free and do probably a class or two. If you do that, you don't end up with a conviction on you. It's up to you.
It's a strain. It's a strain on my family. It's a strain on me. Like I have to get my mom to come here every time with me. She has work to do. My dad works.
What you would do is you would report by where you live. You don't come to court anymore if you get on probation. Have you talked to him about a deferred?
I just got the offer from the state. I did not discuss it deferred with him. When I talked to him about the ins and outs of things, he told me he preferred the idea of a time served. So that was what I asked the DA for. I did not even ask for a deferred.
You gotta understand that you're only hurting yourself more and more and more. You now, from now on, are looking at a minimum of 90 days in jail, any new cases that you pick up. If you get buyer's remorse within 30 days, we can talk about it. If you have a change of heart where you would want to prefer to do something else, come back and we can talk. But after 30 days, I lose jurisdiction. This ends up as a conviction on your record for the rest of your life. You can never take it off. You understand? You're charged with fleeing a police officer. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. The agreement that you've worked out is 3 days in jail, credit for the 2 days that you've done. You give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. You sure you want to do this? How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty? I'm going to find you guilty. I'll follow you. Good luck to you, Mr. Melendez. Thanks.
Thank you.
You know that. Hey. Hi, good morning.
Sheet for this one. I have Collins back on docket. We're in the same place we were Friday.
Yeah.
I reached out to her felony attorney and I called him and nothing so far. She goes back to Galveston County on the 23rd.
You mean she goes back?
So she goes to see the judge on the 23rd. But I'm trying to get.
In 2 days?
Yes. To see.
Set it for after that?
Yes, Judge. Also too, spoke with the chief. He said to see if you would consider if we can verify she was in Galveston County from the 27th of January till now. Think about giving her credit for that time while she was in Galveston.
Zergon?
Possibly, but we still have to
I
worry
mean,
about
if
getting her back
someone,
here.
if someone's in custody and that we had a hold on it, of course.
We're just trying to get her to here to do anything because they offered a deferred on her case. But somebody would get her.
Offered deferred here on
Yes,
this.
Judge. Yes,
Okay.
Judge.
What do you want to do? Do you want to set it for the day
Can
after?
at the after because I don't know how to get it. Yeah, 23rd. Yes, at the 24th possibly. Perfect. Thank you, Judge. You get me thinking out loud. Everything I'm like thinking out loud. Thank you. May I excuse, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's yours. Is what it is. I'll be there.
Where's this going? Killing, right?
I'm trying.
Yeah, you just, if you just come up with some delays, you probably still pushing through.
All right, go ahead and sign, please. Council for reset?
It's not your motion done, just so you know.
Much, Judge.
You too, take care.
Yes, I'm. Yes, I'm. Yes, come on.
All right, go ahead and answer your consent.
Good job. Get some bond, finishing preparation from third provoking sign, but for near fumes, they were completed just saying to, and I was supposed to send them between this cube, I didn't read them. And I didn't
Council for reset?
There are two conditions. Could you unsign them? So
Yeah.
I can have just saying something.
Hey, yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching on two new cases. They're both in custody. First one is Piedra, Luis Piedra. He doesn't, I checked with the clerk judge because my information here doesn't show that he's got an immigration hold, but he does have an A number, an alien number.
I am showing no bond amount on it. Am I right? We need to set a bond.
Yes,
Right.
yes, there's no bond on two cases, on two of his misdemeanor.
Probable cause on it. So let me get a translator. Is he
Yes,
back
Judge.
there? He's back there?
He's in custody,
So let me
yes.
get a translator. We'll bring him out. We'll do probable
Yes,
cause
sir.
and we'll set bonds.
Yes, sir.
Who's your second one?
And then just very quickly, Judge, on the other gentleman is Portillo. Portillo Lopez. And he's got two cases. He does have an immigration hold, Judge. He's in custody
Okay.
and he's got,
Council for reset?
Can you call a translator? Victoria, can you call a translator? That, whatever you want.
that's right,
Tell
Judge.
me, if you want a
Right,
week, 2 weeks, fine, whatever you want.
right, Judge. We'll approach Wednesday. Interpreter, yes, Judge.
Unless, if you don't mind, we'll wait for that, then we can.
Yes, Judge, sure. Thanks.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you very much.
Five. Council for reset,
Hey, call me up at THA.
page 4. Bottom of 4.
Okay. Vaudoin, come up. Good morning, sir. Do you have a lawyer?
I have one and then got called Thursday. They said
What do you mean? You were supposed to have one.
I had one hired in, but they had a husband go to a hospice, so they wasn't gonna make it.
Did you hire them?
It was to do a family friend.
Okay, so are you going to hire them?
Yeah.
Do you want more time?
If I can,
Sorry?
if I can.
Sure. Yeah, we'll give you another reset. Just make sure to have the lawyer when you come back.
Okay.
All right, just hang tight. Or if you want to head that way, why don't you sign everything?
Okay.
Right of it.
All right, go ahead and sign. Do you have any?
Actually, just revisiting.
There was a duplicate dismissal filed on third claim. Could you sign that one?
You need me to-
Delete. And I'll also sign, I'll just delete it, because there's already one in the queue.
Okay, what is it? I see it. Duplicate delete on Red Korea.
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. Got it. Come on up. Hi. Yeah, it's really old. What are we doing?
So we submitted the PTI contract. She was accepted. She did the DA fee, she did the TRAS, she did everything she's supposed to do. We're just waiting for the PTI contract. I did see an email this morning that they sent me regarding her insurance and that her name is not on the insurance. So they either want her to be added to the insurance or
Council for
something
reset.
else that they said. So I have to relay that to the client because I literally received it this
And we're
morning.
270 days old. So, I mean,
She's gonna enter the PTI program. It's just a matter of getting,
right, but is she here?
she's not.
How is it waived? How's it waived at 268 days, Vic?
The last time we approached, you said it would be waived if she did if she got the TRAS.
No, but she has to have everything done for it to be waived, right? If you're not done and there's still stuff outstanding, they're supposed to be here.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you said her
So-
TRAS had to be completed.
I'll give her a couple days, but
Yes,
she's got to have it done by Thursday. If it's not done by Thursday, I'm rolling it day for day.
Do you want to go ahead and just set it for?
No more, yeah, no more waived appearances.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Would it be better if we set it for child date or?
No, just, all she needs to do is get the darn insurance. It should be 2 seconds. Hey, I'm rolling it to Thursday. If she doesn't have it done by then, I'm doing day for day. Okay, good luck.
Required appearance on Thursday.
Just on conditions we keep granted judge.
Got it.
Council for reset.
You have any more THAs?
You guys already.
I guess the page 28. Miller, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. Morning. Do you have a lawyer today?
No, sir, I'd like to request a court appointment.
Okay, I'll have you fill out an application. I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. I need to know everything about you. I need to know how much money you have at the bank, what kind of work you do, what kind of money you have coming in, what kind of car you drive if you drive, and then I'll take a look, okay?
Your Honor, I don't work. I haven't worked in a year. I fell through a roof and I broke my hip. I had 2 hip surgeries, so I can't work.
Okay, just take, we'll put all your financial information. We'll take a look. Okay. Mr. Murphy?
Oh, is this probable cause or not?
No. just
No,
the-
he was to hire an attorney. Hi, Don. Yes, please.
Approaching at Juan Villasana.
Okay.
And I previously, I'm just gonna provide this to you. I wasn't able to print it out. I just kind of
That's okay.
schedule. You had revoked the driving privilege, condition of bond because of an open mayor.
Doctor today?
And it's on the docket today. We previously approached you and
Is he here now?
he is
Do
here.
you mind bringing him up?
You bet. Mr. Villasana?
How are you?
Council for Lisa?
You've not been driving?
No Uber, haven't right.
How hard is it to
Oh.
live in this city as big as it is without the ability to drive?
That's something you take for granted.
Sucks, right?
For sure.
That's all I want you to understand is that, you know, it's a privilege. It's not a right. And we take it seriously. And we have so much death on the road. There's certain things in life that are just elementary. You know what I mean? You just, certain things you're just, you're not supposed to do, right? All I want you to do is recognize that and appreciate it. And that's why we do what we do. We put certain conditions on, you know, I'm happy to take them off you now. I just want you to understand that it's not a right. It's just a privilege. You want a right? Go walk. That's the right that you have. Do you understand?
No, for sure.
That's all I want. Okay? All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
take it. Okay.
See you.
Yeah. Please. All right. Good luck, Mr. Villains. All right. Hey, any other takings?
No, but I was going to show now, when we start to get started.
Okay, yeah. Who?
It's Villarreal, 2 cases. No travel arrangements at this time.
It's a weed case and it's a suspended license case. Yeah. They're not gonna come. So I'm a PR buff.
Okay.
And it's been 10 days, right?
Is there a time on docket?
Say it again?
This is their first time on docket.
Yeah, so, okay, do it.
Do we have jobs?
Jeremy Graham, come on up.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a paper. Yeah. You give them time to hire an attorney, so you don't hear.
Yeah.
You got the sign for, we do the scope, and here's your, we said you must have.
You check your notes and stuff, but it's not on the sheet. Yes. On our medication.
Jane. Oh, that's, oh, that's.
Mitigation acted without the charge to establish. That's what last note I have on 324. Yeah, okay, yes, March 19th, okay. Hi, Judge, can I approach? Yes, we have Aiden Martinez on the docket, Judge. This is the one we're waiting on the DWI PTI mitigation response we submitted back on March 19th.
Still don't have an answer yet? Let me email it.
I have some going back to January, Judge, that I don't have a response.
What is your email address, if you don't mind?
Chief Guys, PTI program.
Oh, your email.
Oh, my email? It's Joe, J-O-E, then the number 1 at joegarcialawfirm.com.
Okay, very good.
And then I submitted one last week and got a response in 2 hours approved. So.
So the last name was?
Martinez, Aiden Alexis Martinez. And I think the last time we were here, April 8th, the chief, he emailed her and didn't get a response either.
All right, I'm safe. So you sent
The mitigation packet, the PTI application, I'm sorry,
mitigation packet, okay, application.
application, yes. And what else do we send?
You said it was March.
March 19th, Judge.
Okay, so
I'm going to stand down just so you should.
I just sent the email now.
Okay, so
I'll give you a heads up when we get here.
Yes, sir.
Do you have somewhere else to go?
Yes, I'll come back in an hour, Judge.
Morning, Judge. How you doing?
How are you?
Pretty good. All right, so I have two cases today. And then looking at, we'll do Darko first, DARKO.
How about Darko?
No, Darko, I'm just approaching, requesting bond, PR, and the alternative of that, lower surety bond. They have him at 1,000. And he has some significant issues that I need to explore as far as mental health, and they're somewhat easier to do when
The
he's not.
problem is that he has significant
Risk, yeah. Yeah, I understand.
just doesn't come back. We give him PR bond after PR bond and he doesn't come back. And you have the bond set at 5,200 on the mischief. We couldn't even get him for an arraignment. And the only reason we have it now is he picked up a new case.
Right, well, those the same transaction I was confused. One was dismissed.
No, they're not.
The mischief was dismissed. Okay, so it was
The
different.
mischief is from 2024.
Okay.
So that's nearly a year old. And then now he picked up a new,
I understand, Judge. I can make requests for my clients, but I can't make promises. So,
Flores?
yeah, so it is what it is. Okay, and the next one would be Zaragoza, Zaragoza. Yeah, Z's.
okay,
All right, her bond is set at 10,000. Thought that. What's that?
10,004.
Which means you said it.
Huh?
Does that mean that you said it?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so,
because she has taken off literally,
yeah.
this case is from 2023 and she has taken off 1, 2, 3,
Mhm.
4 times.
Okay, that's what she was
So
trying to explain to me. So I understand why I just said it.
explain to them. I'm happy to do that. I can always bring them out. You let me know and I'm happy to explain.
No, that's fine. I just, in these cases anyway,
It's just they don't show up.
honestly, yeah, I know.
So
I had to come up and ask, but I think
just
in
let
the
me
long
know.
run, appointing a social worker and getting some treatment to them while they're in here is probably better for them. So
Look, if you have a social worker to them and you find a place where they can go to, and we know somewhere that's gonna take them like a family member,
Correct,
you know,
correct.
then I'm willing to talk to you. But I'm not gonna let them out just to go to the street because this is what happens, right?
I understand, Judge. Okay,
So let me know.
thank you.
Dick,
Hey, Judge.
hi, bud.
There you go.
Judge Daniel Melgar was approved for PTI at 7:33, but then we got an email at 10:30, 10:20, that one of the pages of the packet, 10:32 needed to be resubmitted. One of the pages was, I guess, scanned not cleanly.
Okay.
So we're doing it right now.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to roll it to tomorrow's.
No, I trust you to get it done.
Okay.
Um,
I looked at it, it's not clean. I mean, it's just kind of
but after that, you have to pay the DA fee.
it's already done. Everything's done. The DA fee is done. The interlock is installed. We sent everything back in Thursday
All you need
afternoon.
is that for the,
We just need the one page resubmitted, roll to tomorrow. Does he need to be here? Okay, thank you,
I
Judge.
mean, if it's not done, yeah.
No, it's, my office is working on it right now. Okay.
We'll wait. Okay, hi, Darla.
Hey, Judge, I'm approaching on Hernandez, first name Francisco.
Okay. Oh, Hernandez, I'm looking back in zone. Come on. Okay.
It looks like they're,
Oh,
the state's asking
case.
for bond conditions, correct?
Francisco Hernandez, coming up. Euler,
Not getting hold.
Euler. You want to go look? We'll hold your place.
Thank you.
Hey, who's Garris? Happy Monday?
To you as well. And,
What's going on?
Well, we're approaching a couple different cases. I think
Okay.
one is the Andy Lara case, which is set for trial tomorrow,
Okay,
Lara. And, but the state is anticipating dismissing that case. He's apparently done a plea in felony court
okay.
and is going to take a TDC sentence. It looks like his report date is May the 7th.
Yes.
And so we're asking your permission to remove it from the trial docket for tomorrow.
I mean, if you know you're going to dismiss
We're
it,
gonna dismiss it. It's just the only thing is.
what if he doesn't go do it though?
That's the thing. So I would ask to just move the date to May 8th. That's the day after his report date. If the reports were good, I'll done with that day.
It sounds like he's already played.
He's already pled.
Oh, you ready
He's
for it?
already pled. It's not a plea issue. It's that he's pled. He just needs to show up to get sent off the TDC.
Why keep it? If you know he's pled,
So,
you know,
Your Honor, the
the
thing is, I think there's concerning things. I think Melanie just wants us to make sure. I know there's a bail jumping that can be filed.
I defer there.
your client here,
Well, no, he wasn't required to be here today.
but no, because would like you to impart to him that if he fails to show,
Well, there'd be a warrant.
well, no. But the entire range of punishment is at stake. So what's he looking at? Is it a second degree? No, do you know what's the last name?
Lara, Lara.
What was the?
Is it a second degree or third degree?
It is a, I'm gonna go pull it. And it's an MHA, Your Honor, so it's not actually a.
Oh, then that's even worse.
Right.
Let him know if he doesn't show, he could get the full range of punishment, you know? Yeah, I'm okay with doing what you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the next issue we've got is the Brandon Lane jail case, Judge, and that's on your docket this morning. And that gentleman has several theft cases that are pending. You will recall that this is the gentleman we looked at doing a TRAS. TRAS came back with having issues about competency, did a competency evaluation, came back competent, but I don't see how.
So get a second opinion.
Well, and I think what we need to do at this point is just the age of the case, and that's what we're working on getting accomplished. But is getting a date in the future just locked in now to have maybe a competency trial. And we'd like to get that in, I think we could meet our burden of, well, I think we could meet our.
You ever done one of those? Me neither.
I've never done a competency trial, but I can reach out to Brad.
Interesting.
What we need to do, what the procedure is, because I'm assuming there will be.
Do you want to just set it maybe like a week? You can look into it. You okay with that?
We'll set it for a week to be like.
Still evaluate. Yes.
Just so I can reach out to Brad and be like, look, I've never done one of these. I'm not an expert now.
Well, and Brad may have some creative solutions that get us to a fair result, because he's been in custody for over 60 days.
If you don't think he's competent?
No.
So
And
how on earth I don't understand how.
well, so we had an agreement before that put him on mental health PTI. And
I don't understand how a clinical, a licensed, I guess is it, can disagree with you on this.
well,
I guess
I think
reasonable
if you-
lines
if
different.
you read that-
I just,
report, I think even within that report, it says things like, well, he's maybe incompetent in hearing delusions and stuff at times, but he can still help his lawyer, and that's just not the case. And so, I mean, even the competency report finds that he's having delusions, and that was what he experienced when he did the TRAS. And
I'm
so,
willing to give you money if you want to go hire someone to have him reevaluate. Yes.
well, and that may be what we need to do.
No?
But I just don't want him, I mean, the problem is he's been in custody for 60 days now and picked up a new case while on the PTI, the exact same allegation. And so, but if you talk with Brad, you may find out something that doesn't prolong this. So a week.
See where you guys go.
Yes.
Up with, and then I'm all ears.
Okay.
My other concern is this, is that at some point he's going to get out. Where is he going to when he gets out? Is he going to the street?
Well, and that's why
does he have family members around? Does he have anyone around that's going to take him?
And that's why doing the mental health PTI was appropriate, because they have housing options over there, and it got him short-term housing. And that's why I went that route.
Stay.
Well, and they can help you when you're in that program, apply for longer-term housing. That was the best resources that I could help the gentleman get. And that's why we thought that was the most appropriate.
Every weekend we'll go through.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I was like.
Darla, are you ready?
No, Judge.
Oh, is he not here?
No, he's here. I just want to get looking for.
Okay, you ready? We're supposed to do an arraignment. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, if you need me to step aside, just.
No.
I have Mr. Palacio today for a bond violation.
Come on, Mr. Palacio.
Do you need a copy of the bond violation, Judge? Okay.
Michael Plea.
Second bond violation. What am I supposed to do?
So his first one was because he picked up a new case. This one, I did speak with him. He is actively in IOP. I did show you those records at the last time that we were here, that he got involved in IOP. He is getting drug and alcohol tested at his job too. He is a Marine recruiter. He did pick up some non-alcoholic beer. A lot of them still have alcohol in them. He was trying to still hang out. I get it. He realizes that that's obviously not going to work either at this point, that we're staying away from everything. But he did go get that.
I have to beg you not to violate your conditions of bond. Am I supposed to just be happy and let you go again? You know, either you have a problem or you just don't care about bond conditions.
Yes, Your Honor. I do.
I just, whether you say yes, whether you say no, whether you say Your Honor, I already know, you know, I know my name. I don't. The point is that you just don't get it. And what do I need to do to ensure that you don't get it?
So I have had several conversations with him, Judge. He is taking this seriously.
You had conversation beforehand.
I understand. He is actively involved in his IOP and has been continuously going to that. He is trying to make a change. He thought that he was doing something better for himself at that point. Obviously, that didn't work out. Right after do you remember the date? It was in March, right?
Yes.
Let's see.
I have like 2 weeks left.
So, let's see.
Casey, let's do this.
He had an initial appointment February 12th, but he did go into custody at that point. So then he had to reschedule it. So the beginning of March, he got involved.
Sending him for a drug and alcohol test now.
Absolutely.
I'm sending you for a test now and you're to come right back. If you fail the test, you can fail to come back. I will revoke your bond. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take a seat for me.
Okay,
And then
thanks, Judge.
just leave me your cell phone and then I'll get a hold of you.
Okay, do you want it now?
Don't speak it out loud.
Okay.
Yeah. Michael Pam.
Yes, Your Honor.
You ready?
I'm Mr. Antonio Carrillo.
Deal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 7. Carrillo, come on up.
Good morning, sir. Sir, you were charged with 2 cases. You're charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. You're also charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine on each of those cases. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 10th, 2025, officers were dispatched to a motor vehicle crash in Harris County, Texas. An officer already on the scene advised the officer responding that the defendant stated that he had a firearm inside of the vehicle that belonged to him. The officer identified the defendant by his Texas driver's license. The officer observed the defendant to have slurred speech and watery, glassy eyes. The officer observed an odor of alcoholic beverage emitting from the defendant's breath. The defendant consented to perform standard field sobriety tests. The HGN was a 4 out of 6. The walk-in turn was a 3 out of 8. The one-leg stand was a 2 out of 4. And the officer located a handgun inside of the defendant's vehicle during an inventory search of the motor vehicle. The defendant refused to provide breath. A blood warrant was obtained and his blood was drawn.
Okay. Can you tell me when was the first DWI, number 1? How many DWIs, number 2? Number 3, does he have a valid license, please?
The date of the first DWI, Your Honor?
Correct.
2023, Montgomery County.
Okay. What was it? Well, obviously it did some time. Any other DWIs?
No, Your Honor, but if you find it pertinent, a reckless driving from 2019.
Was it pled down?
It's, yeah, convicted on a lesser charge.
So what was the?
The original.
Right.
Your Honor, I believe the original charge was a driving while intoxicated.
Your Honor, running his license now, they haven't given cold access yet. It's eligible, Your Honor. Fully.
You know what a third DWI is in Texas? A third DWI is a felony offense of the third degree where you're looking at 2 to 10 in the penitentiary. I don't know what is going on with you, Mr. Carrillo, but if I find that you're consuming at all, I'm now placing a restriction on your license. You are not allowed to drive any vehicle that doesn't have an ignition interlock on it. On your other ankle, I'm going to put a GPS monitor on you so I know where you are at all times because I don't want you out in the middle of the night. And on your other ankle, you're going to get a scram so I know that you're not consuming. If you have a problem with drugs or alcohol, now is the time for you to take care of it, because if it becomes a problem while you're on bond, I will do it for you and you're not going to like the way that I take care of it. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You are not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. If I find that you use, I will revoke both of your bonds, put you in jail, no more PR bonds. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I want you to understand one more thing, that I'm going to do everything in my power to protect my streets at all costs. Watch the news every single day. We have a DWI fatality in our town. It's unacceptable. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm not taking away your privilege to drive, but if I find that you're consuming, it's not going to go well for you. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance, but it is your responsibility to stay in touch with Mr. Pham, and he will tell you if and when you have to come back to court. So for the time being, I don't want you out in the middle of the night. We can talk at a later date if things, okay?
Your Honor, with the court, you're waiving the fees.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Right this way. We'll sign it. You have to manage.
Oh, Mr. D.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. Come on.
Thank you,
Next
Judge.
time, just come up. You don't have to wait.
Judge, I'm here on Mr. Chauncey Joseph, BVR.
Yeah. Is Mr. Joseph?
He's here. Joseph.
Not before reset.
Just tell me what's going on, Mr. Joseph.
They said I left, but I ain't been going nowhere. I really ain't got nothing to say.
Okay, so.
It's just, I mean, there,
We're waiting on,
just bond violation after bond violation. I'm just,
the chief is still in the process on trying to get me that surveillance video, Judge. That specifically allegedly showed the defendant inside of the vehicle, which would constitute a burglary.
let's do this. Let me
Not before reset.
take a seat for me in the jury box. He's, will you get with him to see what's going on with it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Ready?
Yes. Hernandez.
Like, oh, well, that's okay.
Page 18, Hernandez.
Good morning, Mr. Hernandez. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. It's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor because of the high blow. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 12, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a crash and made contact with the defendant, who admitted to drinking 2 to 3 beers. The law enforcement officer observed the defendant stumbling and leaning on his vehicle to keep his balance. The defendant stated he did not remember what color the light was when he rolled into the vehicle in front of him. The defendant refused to perform standard field sobriety tests, but consented to a breath test and blew a .211 and a .204.
Ready to be honest?
No, Your Honor. And not in this county. I'm gonna check and make sure.
Nada.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, I will revoke your bond and put you in jail. Do you understand?
No prior DWIs, Your Honor.
Okay, does he have a valid license? You mind?
Blaze, can you check the license for me? Yeah, sorry. That's all right.
Mr. Hernandez, you are not allowed to drive unless you have a valid license and liability insurance in your name. If you do not have car insurance, you are not allowed to drive as well. And that is a condition of your bond. Do you understand? Darla, do you know if he has a license?
I have made ALR requests, but I didn't verify yet. No, Judge.
Sir, I don't have there is no driver's license number in our system.
You know the driver's license number?
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll let you guys check to see, Darla, I just want to make sure that it's eligible to drive. Otherwise, I'm going to have him sign an affidavit. for
Yes, Judge, I
not to drive.
understand.
So if you don't mind.
I did find a driver's license number on this, CIC section.
Oh.
You'll have it from the retrieving.
No. Oh, there it is. If you wanted to do that for. I think she was signing. Filling out the response and that person says.
Joseph, I see your motion. Is that all you got?
Yes, sir.
I'm signing it for you.
Thanks, Judge.
Got it.
I can step back, Judge. We can verify that. And if he does need it, I can then.
Yeah, just let me know.
Sign and everything.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Absolutely, for sure. So for now, you will get with pre-chopper your bond conditions. Don't use. You understand? Okay. All right, thanks, Darla.
Sorry,
Got it.
Okay.
All right, okay. So we'll have you sign a receipt, you'll get pre-trial, and then you're free to go. Thanks, Darla.
Right this way.
Hey, Carson. How are you, man? It's been a while.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's Monday after a holiday.
Baskin, Judge.
Baskin. Oh, you mind bringing him up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Baskin.
Go ahead and sign.
Good morning, Mr. Baskin. So you are charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 13, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a stalled vehicle call and observed a vehicle in a lane of traffic with damage to the left side of the vehicle. The law enforcement officer observed the defendant in the driver's seat, asleep with the vehicle on and in park. The law enforcement officer then woke up the defendant and noticed a strong odor of alcoholic beverage and glossy eyes. The defendant admitted to drinking 1 alcoholic beverage. Standard field sobriety tests were conducted, 6 out of 6 on the HGN, a 1 out of 8 on the walk and turn, and a 1 out of 4 on the one-leg stand. The defendant refused breath, and a blood warrant was obtained and executed.
Any prior DWIs?
We have one that was dismissed in 2020.
Look at every full NCIC. Does he have anywhere else?
Yeah, let me see. I'm not seeing any other DWIs here.
I see a prior obstruction. Was that reduced? A DWI reduction?
What county was it in? It was Harris.
Mr. Baskin, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, it's not going to go well for you. Do you understand? I'm not asking for much.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor, regarding the obstruction, it was just a conviction on the charge that was filed on him, just for obstruction.
Any other DWIs anywhere else?
No, Your Honor, it's not the one, other than the one that was dismissed in 2020.
Okay. Interlock or no interlock?
Judge, to be honest, I mean, he technically has no DWI criminal history. I did not represent him in 2020, but he did pretty well in the field sobriety test. He's claiming to have 1 drink. I know that, you know, he was 1 of 8, 1 of 4.
So it was a car wreck. I was knocked out.
Listen, if I find that you're using anything, not only will I put you in jail, but I have a whole host of devices, gadgets that are so damn invasive on you, you're going to think you turn into a robot. Don't use. Do you understand? All right, I'm not going to put an interlock now, but like I said, if I find that you, and I don't care what it is, cakes, candies, foods, gums, energy drinks, non-alcoholic beer, don't use. NyQuil, I don't care. Do you understand?
The excuse if it's
For me, excuses go this, and they go. All right, you've got a lawyer. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance, but it is your responsibility to stay in touch with him. He will tell you if and when you have to come back to court. If he tells me he cannot get a hold of you, you pick up a new case, it's just not going to go well. Do you understand? Okay, I'll have you sign a receipt with Victoria. We'll have you get with pretrial for your bond conditions, and then you're free to go. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
right over there.
Big question?
Hi, ready?
Yes, sir. Bianca Lopez, she is in custody, I believe. She's for a bond review, bail review. I don't know if you wanted her out or not.
This is really weird. How come they didn't give her a bond?
I'm sorry.
Why didn't they give her a bond?
I believe she was taken in, she had a warrant
is
for
this an old-
manufacturing delivery. No, this case is new, but she had a state jail felony warrant for manufacturing.
Oh, I
delivery.
see. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. So that's why they didn't, I see now.
Right.
So she's got a delivery case upstairs that,
No,
it's at no bond now.
counsel for reset?
So what do you want?
Well, Your Honor, if we could just give her a PR bond, I understand that she's on a no bond upstairs. She stated to me that she was homeless at the time, having all kinds of issues. She does have a place to live now, gave me an address. She's living with her grandmother. She signed up for San Maria, signed up to go to Santa Maria and has treatment. It's inpatient treatment.
How?
I'm sorry?
How?
She said through someone, she gave me a name, the name Sylvia Cordova.
Don't say the name. You don't have to say the name, but I mean, it's not through the felony court.
I'm sorry?
Not through the felony courts.
No, this was just.
So let's do this. I will say yes, but first, let's see what happens in the felony court.
Right.
If she gets out on bond, then, because the problem is I don't want to say yes now, and then something happens up there, she takes off, and then we just don't see her again.
Understand, Your
So
Honor.
I'm okay with it, but
Okay.
find out what happens in the felony case.
Okay.
They give her a bond. If she's able to make bond in there, let me know, and then we'll.
Okay.
I want to, before we let her go, I just want to talk to her and say, hey, look,
Absolutely.
don't get lost. Just stay with us, and then
So she's set in felony court tomorrow. Do you want to
do later this week, whatever you want.
later this week? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Here's the competition for the award of us. You got it.
Yes. You're welcome.
Oh.
Hernandez, Francisco. Well, what's the other? Williams, I mean.
Darla.
But I don't know, is that how much you have?
Oh, you need me now? Okay.
Council for Lisa.
Hey, morning.
I'm a person on this way.
Guzman is the last name?
Diack.
Oh, I see. Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dayak, come on up. Good morning, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 10th, 2025, an officer was conducting a routine traffic enforcement in Harris County, Texas, when he observed the defendant's motor vehicle fail to maintain a single lane and strike the concrete barrier wall adjacent to the road. The officer observed the defendant driving greater than 10% over the posted speed limit. The officer observed this by pacing the vehicle for a quarter of a mile with a certified speedometer. A traffic stop was conducted. The defendant was identified by his Texas driver's license. The officer observed the defendant to have red, bloodshot, watery eyes and a strong odor of alcoholic beverage emitting from his breath and person. The standard field sobriety tests were conducted. It was a 6 out of 6 on the HGN, a 5 out of 8 on the walk and turn, a 3 out of 4 on the one-legged stand. The DIC was read and the defendant consented to a breath test. The 15-minute observation period was abided by. The breath test came back to a 0.139 and a 0.139.
Any prior DWIs?
No, Your Honor.
License?
I get a license status check.
Mr. Dayak, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, I will revoke your bond and put you in jail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You are not allowed to drive unless you have a valid Texas driver license and liability insurance in your name. You must maintain car insurance. If you don't have it, you're not allowed to drive, and that's also a condition. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, good job on having a lawyer. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time coming to court, but stay in touch with her. She will tell you if and when you have to come back to court.
Yes, sir.
If she tells me she can't get a hold of you because you're ducking and dodging, and you pick up a new case, I will revoke your bond. All right? We'll have you sign a reset with Victoria. You'll get with pre-top of your bond condition, then you're free to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Antonio Carrillo?
It's eligible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay.
This is for me to do.
Yeah, we went for free trial.
You guys. I'm working on the plea right now for the moment. Yeah.
Mr. Gavin, go ahead and sign for your reset. Thank you. Okay, go ahead and have a seat in the jury hospital. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Judge, may I approach?
Yeah. The Belisana can now drive. Yeah. There's still no alcohol, no drugs. All conditions remain the same. The only thing is he's allowed to drive. Right? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
When you set this down for the LRO, you said 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counsel for reset. Yeah, she see it. I looked this morning, it wasn't this morning.
Hi, Ray. Ready?
I'm just seeing where we're at for tomorrow. I think we're number one tomorrow.
You are number one.
I am number one?
You are number one.
Awesome. Good to hear.
State, great state of Texas. What's the word, Thunderbird?
Yeah, I mean, this is Gomez, right?
Yeah, Gomez.
Yeah. Up to John's been trying to talk to you today, he's gonna be tomorrow.
Wait, who?
John Deaconport.
Okay,
I
got
talked to him. He's ready, well, not ready.
it. I don't even, is it DWI?
DWI, immigration hold.
Oh, I see. Got it. Do you,
Is it a second? It is a second.
Chart and.
That's right. And the 0.15, yeah.
doesn't want to take anything?
Really can't. Immigration purposes. I'll go see him this afternoon if he changes his mind, but it's kind of one of those things where, we kind of have nothing to lose by going to trial. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty straightforward case. It's just a matter of,
I just volunteer that dude, because I've never been here at the trial. How do you?
So what we do is we do voir dire Tuesdays, and then we start testimony the next day. So
we do it in the morning or afternoon?
No. Oh, morning. Everything's always morning.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I mean, nothing.
I'm supposed to be in Brazos County tomorrow morning. That's why I'm asking. And I've been emailing them.
Trial setting.
I know, I've been emailing them, telling them I can't make it, but they haven't responded. So, yeah. I'll be here. I
Okay.
just,
Well, if you need a
Don't know what's gonna
protective
happen.
order, I can give you a protective order. You know?
I'm Mike, but I'm
Um,
not there yet. If I need something, I'll just email you.
the panel by noon, like right at noon, hopefully we can get the panel quick, 9:30-ish. And then we can get in and out. If you guys don't go long, then we can be done in an hour and a half before dark. So you could potentially be out of here, hopefully like 11:30. I don't know. But
It's at 8:30 up there, so. Yeah, but there's no way I would make it up there and back in time. There's no way.
They don't have Zoom?
So they do if it's an agreed, so it's just on an expunction.
Oh, it's on an expunction.
Yeah, I know. They can do, they said you can do Zoom if you haven't agreed, and the state hasn't answered any of my emails, so it should be agreed because it's been dismissed for ever.
So, yeah, just let me see. I'll order the panel at noon and then we'll see where we are. Hopefully we can get it as quick as possible. Yeah.
And if he changes his mind, I guess sorry? I'll get him. The PD's office has that thing on the 7th floor where we can get him. I just need to know what size. He's my size, so I can kind of guess what size he needs, but I'm gonna go see him just to make sure everything's on the up and up and go from there. Cool. Thanks. See you in the morning.
All right.
Judge Malkovich.
Hey.
Hi, good morning. How are you, Judge?
What's going on?
I have Diaz, D-I-E-Z.
Jail or on bond?
He's an ICE custody judge, so he's in jail. The state and I have been speaking. They're going to eval the case. I spoke with his immigration attorney. He does have a removal order, but they have appealed it. So they're just waiting to see what happens
Remember
with
that you were
the
talking
appeal.
about this.
Yes.
Do you know where we are with? Sir, pull your pants up. Hey. Pull your pants up, man. I don't want to look at your book, huh?
So I did ask if there was any next hearing date for immigration court. There is no hearing date. So he already had the hearing regarding the removal order. And the judge gave the removal order, so they have filed a brief. So they're just waiting for a response to that. So there's no actual hearing set. They're just waiting to see what happens with that pending appeal. And in the interim, the state is going to be evaluating. It's a DWI first, no
The
priors.
thing is, though, is I can't show them preferential treatment in the way where I would just keep giving you recess to recess to recess to figure out what's going to happen there. The case ends up getting 300, 400 days. I can't. So we have to do something at some point. So how old is it now? How old is the case now?
Let me see, Judge. My laptop actually just died on me.
Is it on docket today?
Yes, it is, Judge. We rolled it from last week. Yes.
Hey, just do this real quick. Let me do this. Come on up, guys. Behind the straw.
Good morning, Judge.
This is Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are
So
you?
you're charged with theft. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You have worked out an agreement where they're offering you 27 days in jail with credit for the 9 days that you have already done. You need to understand that this is a lifetime thing that you're doing today, where this will end up as a conviction on your record. It's going to be there for the rest of your life. You can never take it off. This is also an enhanceable offense, meaning if you continue to pick up these types of cases, at some point, they'll hit you with a felony offense, and then you're looking at years instead of days. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. So once you plead guilty to this offense, that's it. Let me see. I don't see it. It's all this. Yeah. So your next one could be potentially a felony offense if you pick another one up.
Yeah.
This makes 2. Do you understand? You take a case of beer. You understand? All right. How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty? I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to follow the agreement. Sentence you to it. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Hi,
Morning, Judge.
how are you?
Well, Mr. Jurisich and I had Mr. Greathouse, on Friday, I think we approached, we were trying to get his application to transfer to Dallas sorted, and should be good. He's pled to, Board of Third on FSRA with DWI conditions.
Okay.
We're asking the court to grant, to allow a time certain.
On the misdemeanor, so it's got the deferred conditions up there, and taking a conviction on the DWI.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
We're gonna grant, we'll get it done today.
You don't have to worry about me for the transfer though, right?
No.
Because we're just, I mean, the transfer's over there.
Yeah, the driver's just letting me know what we're doing.
Got it. Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, Judge, we have one that's set for arraignment with, somebody open once and it's going, do you want to do the arraignment?
Yeah. Hey, so Deputy Miranda, you know that we have to call for a panel before noon, right? Let me get you the cause number. Blaze,
Go ahead, Judge.
what's that, what? What's the cause number for tomorrow's trial? You mind?
Well, what's the last name? Because we have the things in the.
It's Gomez, and I can pull the calls on there. I have it on the here. It's 253-2700. So this is and offers.
And then, hey, I'm ready when you are to do that arraignment.
Okay, Echigon's gonna bring them up.
It's all right. There are reductions in non-management needs. If you have English, just even.
So I'm gonna give it a reset and we'll start. Yeah.
We used to put it right in. If you don't have a green rec, issue states rec and it's here for judge. Okay, and then with the description, because they've already. I just thought it was like
See them in processing, so maybe.
May we approach him?
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Cummings, Jeremiah Cummings, deadly conduct case. One, there was a question about PC, I believe.
So I've been trying to go Westlaw's piece with Izzy here. I haven't had time to actually go.
I know, it's just.
Could I ask the court if that's the court you picked, we would hold them, finding PC if like a week and just, if I can do some research, if there are no PC albums. But
I don't have a problem with that as long as he doesn't have to come back for the PC.
But I mean, if he's got, well, I'm gonna order him not to be in possession of weapons. And then who's the complaining witness in this case?
it's a dating.
They live together, but I mean, they live together. And I think the original bond conditions were no harassing or,
So.
harassing her.
Here's what we can do. Let me try to get on the horn for right
Okay.
now. Maybe I can do it quick, just Westlaw.
I'm gonna give you, if you want a couple days, I'll give you a couple days. My only,
But he's allowed to go back to the residence, right, Your Honor?
well, there's my issue, because what I want to know is, does she want him back? I don't know. Because whenever there's a complaining witness in the case, I always want to do what the complaining witness wants, and I don't know in this case. Now, that's why I
Have
appointed
they
you for,
tried to call it though?
well, we only have two. And we're like, remember, we had no court on Monday, so we're doing Monday's arraignments, we're doing today's arraignments, and then and on top of that, it's a holiday weekend, right? So just everything.
Because I think,
So-
double check with him, but I think he was able to go back and I think he has been back since then.
I don't know. I don't know what the conditions, I think the magistrate put conditions on, let's do this. Do you
Yeah, I think
mind
but the
stepping out?
magistrates just say no harassing or,
I'm just gonna step out to try to reach the complaining witness.
okay,
Um,
okay.
This is a PC. Hey, who's this?
Delgado,
Okay.
just a snippet. Page 11.
Yeah, they didn't tell him that he couldn't.
Okay, I'll take a look. Sorry, let me just do this real quick. This is,
Thank you.
yeah, hold on, PC, Delgado.
Oh.
You are Dean Delgado.
Yes, sir.
We have you in custody now, Mr. Delgado, because. All right. With us, you're charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You also stand charged with aggravated assault of a family member, and in that case, there is a warrant and you're basically bond denied. You're being held at no bond on that case.
I'm already on bond for that, sir.
If you were, that bond has been revoked and it's now at no bond. That's why we have you in custody now. So what'll happen is we'll do PC today. We will take you in and then pending, you'll probably hit felony court tomorrow and then you figure out what's going on with it. So we're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay.
On April 11th, 2025, officers were dispatched to an officer assist call in Harris County, Texas. Prior to arrival of backup units, officers observed a motor vehicle driving backwards down the shoulder lane on Sam Houston Parkway with other vehicles on the roadway.
Driving backwards on the shoulder?
Yes, sir. Other vehicles on the roadway. Officers learned the following information from the investigating officers. Officers made contact with the defendant, who was the sole occupant of the motor vehicle. He was ID'd by his Texas driver's license. Officers observed the odor of alcohol emanating from the defendant's breath. Defendant initially stated he was not drinking, then stated that he was. Officers observed open beer containers in the front and back areas of the motor vehicle. Officers observed at the scene, officers that showed up as a backup unit also observed the odor of alcohol emanating from the defendant's breath and person, as well as slurred speech, watery bloodshot eyes, and swaying and staggering while standing. SSFTs were conducted, 6 of 6 HGN, 7 of 8 walk and turn. Defendant was unable to follow instructions on the one-leg stand. Defendant refused breath. Blood work was obtained and blood was drawn.
Mr. Delgado, I'm going to find that there's the cause to go forward with the case. I am now taking away your privilege to drive and you are not allowed to drive. Do you understand me? You will be signing an affidavit with me today promising that you're not going to drive. And if I find that you do, I can have a contempt hearing. You can be facing an additional 6 months in jail and $500 fines every time you drive. Not only that, I'm now placing a restriction on your license that you are not allowed to drive any vehicle that is not equipped with an ignition interlock on it. I'm sending this notice to DPS so that every single officer in the state knows if you're in a car driving and it doesn't have an interlock, you will be arrested. Do you understand?
Understand.
Not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, I will revoke this bond. No more PR bonds. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. May I say something, please?
So I'm going to appoint you a lawyer today. You can speak to the lawyer, and if there's something that they need to get to me, we can, but I have a DA here and I don't want you to say something that could hurt your.
That's fine. I'll just like to put something on record, sir.
Don't. Now's not the time. Let me first give you a lawyer, tell the lawyer, give me 10 minutes.
I wasn't reversing. I was putting in.
Stop. Just don't. Now's not the time to fight your case. So what we'll do is I'm going to have you come up here, swear to us that you're not going to drive. Victoria, do you mind reaching out to the max so we can point Mr. Delgado a lawyer?
I just did, it's Sean.
Okay, got it. I'm gonna have you sign this here and then we'll put you in back and then I'll have Mr. Patrick come talk to you here momentarily, okay?
I wasn't reversing at all.
So do me a favor, can you sign conditions before he goes down, please? Ready?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on two cases that I've been appointed this morning. The first is Miss Michelle McKnight.
Okay.
I think we have to address bond conditions.
Okay.
I think there was a MOA, this is the one we talked about.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to correct something I said during the question statement. This is me going quickly. I mentioned to the court that on the terroristic threats and the interference with emergency assistance as well as the criminal mischief, that was the same complainant. It is not. They have the same last name. They both live at that same residence. So it is two different complainants, but both were present at the same residence that all of these incidents occurred at. From what I can read into it, the terroristic threat complainant was some sort of relative to the criminal mischief and interference complainants, either a mother or something like that. It's not the same.
Okay. I mean, the fact of the matter, she's still fighting with everybody at the house, right? And then
Right,
do we even know if they want her back?
There's no rip call done on it at all. I think,
like-
is there two MOAPs in place? Like, I'm confused because I was told that there's like a MOAP issue, but if there's two MOAPs that are being issued on two different complaining witnesses, or if there's just no returning to the
I haven't
house.
gotten that deep yet,
Okay,
so I don't know.
okay.
Um,
And then also she has that on the terroristic threat, I believe. She has no.
right, we need to, so there is a.
She's
bond.
GOB eligible though, I think, yeah.
I'm gonna give her one,
Okay, great. Thank
So-
you very much, Your Honor.
but I'm gonna order not to go back until we know that they.
That's fine. That's fine.
No.
She's staying at her dad's house, so for now.
And then
So that's fine.
And then just, where is she? Is she here?
Yeah, she's. On the live stream off, please, for her approach. Thank you.
Switching on Diaz, I spoke with the clerk, I believe it's 70 days. I did speak with the chief. They are evaluating the case.
So the case is 70 days old?
Yes, that's at least based on what, so it's for Diaz, D-I-E-Z.
And you're on, this is also the one that's in custody.
Yes,
He's not with us.
Not here, but he's in ICE.
yes, and they're waiting for the appeal.
No, it's 180 days.
I'm just going
From
based off of
September
what he
last year.
said. Yeah, he said 70. I don't know. I don't know, Judge.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
from September of last year. So we're working now 7 months. What, no, 8?
Yeah,
Oh, November, December.
I know that there are 2 other
months.
Diaz, D-I-A-Z, so I don't know if maybe that was a mix-up, but
So let's do this. I'll give you one more setting, okay? 30-day setting. At that time, let's figure out what we're gonna do. But at that time,
Yeah, and that's totally fine. You promise I don't.
I'm gonna bench warrant him back because we need him to take care of this.
Okay, that's fine.
and Judge, we did speak, and again, they will be evaluating the case because the only real witness is a tow truck driver. If he's not like on board, I don't know how they'll prove operation.
Well, that's up to you guys. I don't,
Yeah.
that's not, I just want to make sure that we take care of this one way or the other and that, you know, we don't just languish. So top of 13, we need to bench warrant this person back from ICE so we can take care of it. I guess, wait, hey, Blaze,
Yes, Your Honor.
let's do this. Let's set it for a week. Eval it to see what you want to do with it. If you're still ready to go forward with it, then we'll bench warrant him. I don't want to bench warrant him now, and then you're gonna end up, you know, dismissing regardless, you know? Let's set it for a week, and then we'll come back and then, yeah, okay?
I'm sorry for that. I was going by
That's
the, that was given
not
to
a big
me,
deal.
so I did want to.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Hi.
My first judge.
Yes,
I'm approaching on Marquise Ally, A-L-L-Y.
okay.
He was offered and accepted a mental health PTI. He's gone to the Harris Center. He's done everything he needs to do. We just still don't have the report yet from the Harris Center. And they typically, instead of doing the piecemeal, do it once a month. And it's been a while since he went.
You go.
Let me find the exact. He went,
Okay.
April 7th.
That's 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not long.
Okay, just the case is super old, Judge, so you just didn't want it to fall through the crack.
So let's set it another 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay,
And if the report's not back then I guess I'll huff and puff and then I'll reach out to whoever I can.
Okay.
But we haven't given him, I mean, if you're telling me he went 2 weeks ago, that's just.
well,
not
and I spoke with him. I was able to confirm that he did go, so.
Yeah, I'm glad that you did.
Okay.
That gives me more assurance that we're just really waiting for the report.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Doesn't he have to do something else though too?
No,
There's no follow-up?
typically no, but he's already receiving services through them.
Sworn that there was a follow-up
Yeah.
too. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so let's set it 2 weeks and then,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, Dion. What's up?
I'm good. How are you? Good. I'm Miss Bookman. We just got our blood. We're going to do PTI mitigation and.
What's the last name? Bookman. Okay, but it's, I mean, it's so young, whatever you want.
We're going to do PTI mitigation tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Dion.
Judge?
Yeah, hi, Martha.
How are you?
You know,
Monday,
yeah,
one weekend.
got a case of the Mondays.
Exactly. So I'm approaching on Gonzalez, Diego Gonzalez. He finally got approved for PTI.
Is this the one we emailed this morning?
It was a hiccup, Your Honor, where we didn't realize the insurance, office sent up the insurance.
Okay, so you got the approval.
We got the
approval.
Great, we'll set you out 2 weeks to get it.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Hey.
June 24. Yeah. I would. Yes, it'll be on the recent one. Yeah. So you won't get in trouble. Yeah. Yeah, I told him. Yeah. She's waiting for you to call me.
She's gonna call for sure.
Oh, yeah, I'll go with you. I'm not scared.
Siddiq.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Judge, I believe that I have to approach you on Mr. Curtis Dakota. He was in another county at one time. I talked to the coordinator, and she says that she's going to treat it like an arraignment because he was out of county in another facility at the time that he was supposed to be in court here. So, but he's here today.
I'm bringing him up.
Yes, Mr. Dakota, step forward, please.
Now, for that.
Yes, sir, no, sir, or yes, Your Honor, no, Your Honor, to the judge.
Morning, Mr. Curtis.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
So you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officers were dispatched to a Holiday Inn in Harris County, Texas, in response to a disturbance. The caller reported that two white males left the property, one in an F-150 and one in a Mitsubishi. When the officer arrived, he observed a Mitsubishi which matched the description given in the parking lot, headed toward the nearby road. The officer initiated a traffic stop and made contact with the driver, the defendant. Officer asked the defendant if he was involved in a physical disturbance, and the defendant stated yes, that him and another individual got into a physical fight, and that he got into his car to separate himself and calm down. The defendant stated he was headed toward a gas station when he was stopped by the officer. While speaking to the defendant, the officer observed an odor of alcoholic beverage, glossy eyes, and slurred speech. The defendant admitted to drinking 2 beers, and standard field sobriety tests were conducted. A 6 out of 6 on the HGN, a 0 out of 8 on the walk and turn, a 0 out of 4 on the one-leg stand. The DIC was read and the defendant consented to a breath test. The results were a .103 and a .113.
Judge, I'm going to say no probable cause here because.
What's he doing wrong? He's like trying to get away from him. He's like doing the right thing. You know?
And probable cause doesn't exist. He's 0 for 6 on the walk and turn, 0 and 6 on the one-leg stand. There is no law in Texas that a person cannot drink. Just because he smelled alcohol does not mean the person is intoxicated.
Do we have anything that he's doing, you know? Tell me what led them to him?
Yes, sir. So what led to the investigation was a caller who reported the disturbance. The officer arrived and he observed a car which matched the description that the caller
That would be like me calling and saying, hey, this guy did this over there. The cops go, no. I mean, theoretically, would be anyone could make a phone call, make an allegation, cops go boom and just stop, do whatever they want without, no probable cause.
Thank you.
Be careful, man. There's a lot of haters out there. Don't let them get you, you know? Life's too short. All right? All right. Good luck. Hey. Okay. Tell me.
Yes, Your Honor. We spoke with the complaining witness. She stated that an argument did occur. She did state that the defendant has been in contact via phone and one time in person. Maybe she seemed reluctant to tell me as if she didn't want to get the defendant in trouble. And now she states that she has no problem and is okay with getting around the defendant. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cummings, coming up. Blaze, you want to do a week?
That's fine, right?
Okay.
That works.
Okay, I'll waive it for that week.
Okay.
So Mr. Cummings, I'm not going to make a decision. I'm going to let both lawyers brief the case so we can get more of an understanding as far as law.
Yes, sir.
As applied to your case
Yes,
to
sir.
make a good determination whether there's enough probable cause to go forward.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, don't have any weapons. If I find that you are with a weapon, if I find that you become a danger, I will revoke your bond and put you in jail.
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking for much.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's a lot of relationships that are volatile relationships, meaning ones that you're constantly banging heads.
Yes,
This
sir.
is one of those. Be careful because you could be on the losing end of that. There's a
Yes, sir.
lot of vindictive people out in this life, you know?
Sir.
Put yourself with good people, none of that happens, you know?
Yes, sir. I understand.
I'm okay with you going back, but just don't have any threatening or harassing
Yes, sir.
contact with this person. It doesn't, I don't care what you think is threatening or harassing, it's what she perceives. So
Sir.
is this threatening and harassing? It is, and it can land you in jail.
Yes, sir.
Conduct alone can violate. You understand?
I understand.
Okay. I'm gonna have them create the bond conditions, we'll have you sign it, and then I'll have you'll be free to go. Just stay in touch with her and she'll tell you what happens next week. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Don't
you.
leave yet. We need you to sign conditions and then you can. So no weapons, no threatening, right?
Your Honor, if he goes down, can he go down, and put money in the meter and come back up?
Yeah, just make sure you come back to sign the conditions. If you don't, I will issue a warrant. Okay, take your time.
Sorry, not 13, 14, 21, 22. He's getting on. All right, how's the 28th or the 30th?
Oh. You still have Piedra down back there, right? We gotta do PC on that. Yeah, you still got him? Okay, we need a translator and I need, is it Maria?
Yes.
She's, oh, there she is. Okay, yeah.
And he went down to put on his meeting. Okay, 30.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Judge, I've spoken with the chief on Mr. Chauncey Joseph. The chief is willing to dismiss the burglar of a motor vehicle because they can't get the video that alleged to have shown one of the persons inside of the truck. And he's willing to give the person 9 months, Mr. Joseph, 9 months deferred on the unlawful carrying of weapon, provided that TRAS supports that.
TRAS done before plea.
Before the plea.
Then we can go live.
So you want to do that?
Yes, sir, he does.
So let's send for a TRAS now.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll, I guess, set it later this week to wrap it up. I mean, or how long do you think?
Mental health issues?
No, sir, I don't think, ma'am. No, ma'am. About a week.
Okay, done.
Thank you, Judge.
For sure. Hey,
Yes.
that's okay.
I'm here for Nava. He is here for just a drug test today. He's now set for 2 drug tests a week. He's been doing it for like 2 weeks now, or 3 weeks, I think, the drug testing. I was wondering if it would be at all possible to do once a week, just because he's having a lot of trouble.
I'm okay with that, but it will be random though. So he
That's
doesn't know
fine.
when, I'm okay with it.
Okay, yeah, he's just having trouble like getting here. And so it's like an issue. Okay,
Tell him not to use, because
that's fine. So would it be once a week randomly? Okay, okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna wait for him to
the
come
problem
back
is,
so I can
the
tell him.
problem is this, is that they're gonna call him. He
Right,
doesn't make it up here.
yeah. Yeah, it's just, right, and it's like, he has indicated to me that he like wants to resolve this all because he can't get down here, and I don't want that to be an impediment on the adjudication of his case, and so I'm trying to figure out how I can make this easier for him, but still abiding by the conditions the
I'm
court wants
willing
to
to
impose.
say, yes to you,
Okay.
but he's gotta make it here.
Okay,
He
and they would
doesn't.
be random?
It'd be random. That, well, because then you can prepare for it.
Right,
It defeats the entire purpose, you know?
I get it, yeah, okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'll wait
Only
for
other
him.
thing I can advise you is if he wants to, he can go to a Quest where he lives,
Mhm.
close to. I don't want Ponca City Labs. I want Quest because I know they're legitimate.
Okay,
He'll have to foot the bill because I can't pay for that.
okay,
If he
okay,
wants to do that, that's the only other alternative.
okay,
He's got to go.
Okay.
And it's got to be like a full panel so we know.
right. Okay, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Dayton Johnson. Johnson, last name Johnson, first name Dayton.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
It's Monday.
Yeah. It's been.
What do you want to do?
Blade gave me a class, forfeit the weapon, a gun safety course and forfeit the weapon.
Okay. So it's at 190 days now. What kind of class?
Gun safety course.
Okay, a week.
Okay. That works.
Let him know if he doesn't have it done, you got to be here. Okay.
Sure.
Jillian.
Morning, Judge.
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Mr. Waters should be there. He may be in the hallway. Ronald Waters.
Okay,
Last setting, you had reset him to go to his appointment to get a ID.
you get it?
No, he's got he said he had some paperwork from the DMV. He went and apparently he had copies of his birth certificate, copy of his social security. So they said that he would need to have something with his picture on it. They suggested that he get an offender ID card. So they gave him a new date of May 6th.
It really takes that long just to get an ID card, an entire.
I do believe that he went. I'm not sure what it is they want from him.
Well, they need proof that it's you, right?
Yeah.
Anyone can have a birth certificate. The problem is it doesn't have your picture on it. So usually at least 2 forms, and they tell you beforehand what you need.
Right.
I failed to let him know to check what they need before he goes.
Yeah, well, he said he had everything they need. The problem is that it was a copy of it. I'm guessing if he had the originals, he wouldn't need a picture of anything because you don't need a picture if you have the forms of ID that they asked for.
Yes.
Guys, do you mind grabbing Mr. Waters from outside, please?
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
How you doing, Jess? Hey, Seaman, how are you? You want to talk to me real quick? You need me? No.
Just I'm waiting on Day. I have a fugitive on the docket. She agreed to waive, but I had somebody in the back translate for her, so I just wanted to make sure she understood before I had her sign it.
No, that's a good idea, right? Because this is.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Mr. Waters here, Jillian.
Yeah, so he checked in. He checked in this morning in court 5. He did not realize he had felony court, so I told him to go to felony court. I just got off the phone with felony court. They said they did not take him into custody for being late, which they threatened to last time, and that she did reset him just now, maybe 10 minutes ago. So the number he called me from was actually some random person in the courthouse who he doesn't know. So that's who just picked up the phone just now. So I guess maybe we just give him a few minutes.
Okay. Hey.
Send off docket mandate for motion to withdraw. Matthew Leonard, you revoked his bond on 4/11, not coming to court. Haven't heard from Mr. Leonard. This was a DWI case, so he's having some issues with Scram.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
For sure. Hey, you withdrew. We got him. You want him?
Well, someone else was appointed, so.
How? Well, you're already on.
I got.
Because I guess because I put in with the Mac that I'm gone. So
But it's still there's still the attorney record, so it wouldn't, it shouldn't, you know?
did someone else handle it while I was gone?
No. You've been on the way.
I thought I got picked up last week. I'll stay on it. I mean, it's fine.
I don't care either. If you want to stay.
I don't care. I
no.
thought,
Just something. This is for one for video or something.
Let me see. Hey, Victoria.
oh, maybe because of the mental competency issue from the past.
Maybe they approach it.
Yeah, that's what the PDO's taking it over. Maybe that's why it's right well.
Why do you point someone else on Zelaya?
That was from Thursday last week.
Greg is on it. He's the attorney of record.
I think Spanish, that's what it was. He was requesting Spanish and he had an ice hole. Because you know, when we give them to you and they're in another county, we don't know yet.
He speaks perfect English.
Speaks perfect English.
Really?
And I think he told me he's a citizen.
Oh,
Oh, he spoke English, it's fine to me.
I spoke to him.
I had the people request because I remember.
So did you appoint someone else?
Is the ice thing legit?
Is it wrong?
You need the case number? I have it because he's on tomorrow. I mean, I can be back. I'm here tomorrow if you want to deal with it.
What's your cost number?
255-6469. This is a lot.
No, that's the right one.
Does he have an asshole? I didn't think. I'm here tomorrow. I'm swing by.
Which is a Cheryl? Oh.
Hey, Dave's here.
He doesn't.
Okay.
Thanks for dismissing all my cases, Bob.
Good to see you. It's been a while.
Last week with Amy, now we're gonna be seeing a lot more of me very soon. So.
When's your last day?
The last day is Friday, but I'll be on Friday. So Nicole's gonna be covering for me on Friday, and then next week is just, unless I'm out, it's gonna be.
You need a translator?
I got married.
Is that what it's the name?
That's your client?
Yes, Judge. And so I just wanted to make sure she understood. She said she would waive and go back to Wisconsin, but it was one of her fellow people.
I don't know. I think that we should get a translator, you know, because.
Yeah.
So she doesn't speak Spanish and she's only a Spanish speaker. And so we've got.
Right? Yeah, so.
We need to get a translator. I don't want it like to come back somehow because she doesn't speak English, you don't speak Spanish. And she had a translator from one of the inmates translate, so.
Collective effort.
If you can give me like a couple of minutes, let me see.
I'll stand down, Judge.
We're gonna get a translator. I don't know where he's at. We're gonna get one for you though. I thought you said Spanish.
I speak English, Spanish, but I don't speak English. I understand everything.
You're speaking English now.
Español.
Sí, poquito, se lo va a traer un rayo. Le vamos a traer un cheque.
No, vamos a sacar una persona. ¿Tú hablas español?
Sí, sí, señor.
Ok, un segundo, vamos a sacar una persona que te puede ayudar.
Well, that explains the part of the fugitive packet that we received because they had issues with having a translator. I guess if Romanian is their primary language, that's probably why they had difficulty.
You say Romanian?
That's what she just said.
Yeah, so that's our primary language. She may speak some Spanish and some English, but I think that's why the paperwork initially, when they said they didn't have a.
If you want a Romanian, that's gonna take at least a day, man.
So the lady, I think she speaks I think Spanish is her second language. Romanian, Spanish, little English.
I guess let's do this. We'll see if, we'll get a Spanish translator. We'll translate it, see if she's able to communicate back what was said.
Okay.
Yeah. Vic,
I'll stand down.
we need a translator.
I already texted for both Tony and Plaza for Maria, so I'm waiting.
Okay.
I wanted them to show it.
Judge, just to let you know on Lane, we reached an agreement on Lane as to one of the cases. And we're gonna move forward with a plea on that.
No, really?
Well, yes. And,
She's almost fine now. He said he'll be able.
I know, but it's like,
well, and
He's at 55 days, you've got 5 left at 180 something like that.
and he had prior in custody for some of
can you
the.
see if a social worker can talk to him in between now and then?
And but we had conversations officially to
It's a big bond.
Okay.
that I have, and we have the prior report, and so.
I mean, ultimately, he's in the driver's seat. I can't.
Right,
You know?
and just, I mean, maybe we can, he does have a prior, it's an old felony theft conviction, so he gets another one, it's going to be straight fair.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, I believe you.
Just saying, I mean,
Believe
just,
you.
You know, I love that judge can find a, well, we have
Judge
to,
knows.
yes.
Just everything is in here, just humor. Anyways, if that's what you want to do, you're in the driver's seat, you know.
Well, I have my
It's
own
up to you.
feelings, but respect client's position and sound like it was a good conversation and understand what's going on this morning. So, we'll move forward that way.
I mean, I trust you.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, apparently, I mean, I will swing by tomorrow, but apparently, yeah, the PD's office is on it. It's on spot.
Can I talk to you for a second? Instead of that.
You want to just keep her, hold on. Okay. Stay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's.
I don't know, it shows that you. It shows that you were appointed and when you were hired, it's kind of weird, so you were hired. Extremely formal. Let me read it. No, you wanted this. I know that's what it is, you said you were playing, I can't. Sir, I'm sorry. Yeah, I would be paying. Take it off as a. They're not gonna sign it. They do. It's just the motion. So I'll fix it to where.
Baby, I got your number, don't you want? All right, you ready? Please.
That's all right.
Let me know if there's anything else.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Greathouse. Looks like you have worked out an agreement where they're offering you time served on DWI. You need to understand that this is going to go on your record. It will be there for the rest of your life. Do you have a CDL? This is going to suspend the CDL. You know, and like we've talked about earlier, when you have a CDL, you're held at a higher standard to everyone else in this world. Because of that, you drive bigger machines, more dangerous, heavier weight. So if you get into an accident, it's so much worse. So the other thing that you need to understand, you pick up another DWI, you can lose that CDL for life. A second DWI conviction is a lifetime suspension of that CDL. You understand? You give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal once you accept this agreement. There's no turning back. You can never, it'll go on your record. It'll be there forever. Is this what you want to do? Sure. How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to follow the agreement. It's 3 days in jail. Credit for the 2 days that you've done. You know, the idea is that we all make mistakes, right? But the idea is that you don't continue to make mistakes that you endanger other people's lives. That's why we have greater sentences. That's why we have prisons. That's why we have jails, because some people just don't get it. Do you have to go to prison to learn? You know, it's a rhetorical question. It's not, but you don't have to answer. I'm just telling you, that's why we have enhanced punishments, why we do longer jail sentences, because some people just don't get it. I mean, really, if you want to get lit, great. Take an Uber, $40, $50 it could have cost you. One button. I hope that you use it in the future. I also have to suspend your license. I'm going to do it for 90 days. That is the minimum.
Thank you, Judge.
Just be careful, man. It's not hard, right? Just, you know, if you're going to go out and get lit, if you do it, just really. How do you think? Did you say guilty?
You did, Judge.
All right, I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to follow the agreement. The other thing is this, the reason I'm telling you about the mistake is because your lawyer is asking me to waive the fee for you. Is this above a 0.15 or no? No, it's not. Let me see. Great. This is a $3,000 surcharge that you would normally be paying on top of this. All the other stuff that you're doing now. I'm going to waive it for you now.
Thank you, Judge.
But if you come back with another DWI, it is a $6,000 surcharge that taxed onto you. Do you understand?
Sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
And Judge, I'll just submit to the court. He has taken this seriously. He's done a lot. I think he's made the start of a good recovery. So I just would submit.
That's great. But the problem is that time heals all wounds. It's fresh in you now. What's going to happen in 20 years? Are you still going to remember this in 20 years when you go out on a date and you're just, that's the rub. Are you going to remember this in 20 years? Are you going to remember this in 30 years when there's a death in the family, something that you can't overcome and you go out and you just get blitzed? You know, that's the true thing. That's what it's about, you know?
Sure.
And for what it's worth, you're doing great. Just keep it on.
I'm gonna remember you. You're like that father that I never had. That will come up every time I came in here.
And that's what we do, you know, like I've got 4 great kids at home and then I've got another 2,000 kids here. Some grow up and do great. Some kids, I gotta sit there and freaking, you know,
Thank you so much.
just.
Thank you, Judge. Maybe excuse me.
Thanks.
It's a great outcome. We got an easy election.
Maria,
I'll take the first one.
you ready? Hey, Vic, we need,
Yes, I just told Miranda to bring them out. Yeah.
Judge, real quick on Mr. Waters, it obviously does not take this long to go from the 180th to court 5. I'm thinking he might have left. He was kind of in a panic when he realized he had felony court. Can we roll him to tomorrow? He did check in this morning.
okay. Well, SFBF tomorrow. Jillian.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. Ready?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, who was your guy again?
Judge, I got appointed to 2 in custody clients. One of them is Clemente Piedra Arana.
Baskin,
And the other gentleman, Judge, is Portillo Lopez.
Okay, I think we're doing this first. Give me a sec, if you don't mind, I have this waiver.
Oh, yes, Judge.
Sorry.
Yes, Judge.
You ready?
I'm ready, Judge.
You brought her up.
Ready?
Buenas tardes. Yo soy su intérprete. Por favor, conteste todo a voz alta.
Ok, gracias.
Mahalchi. Mahalchi?
Mahalchi.
Mijalake.
¿Cómo es?
Mijalake.
Mijalaki.
Hey, do you have a cause number?
It's 2560620.
Not found.
2560620.
Case not found.
I'm having the same issue with the other case, 2560601. On that one, the 02 was refused, but on the 01, I'm not even able to.
I mean, it's pulling up right here.
It's a deeds
Don't,
issue.
don't.
Oh, it's a deeds
Right.
issue, so I'm gonna send a. I wish,
Can I see that thing? Remote? Thanks.
Is that why there was a packet issue this morning, right? For the, because that's why Amy was asking the packet, because it wouldn't upload it to the.
sure what's going on, it's just these two cases.
Okay. I've noticed that for a couple of them on our emails. It's just.
Yeah, it's not on my, I don't know. All right, so Ms. Milhachi, you are wanted out of the state of Wisconsin for misappropriating, identifying information to obtain money. You are familiar and they have explained this document to you. Am I right?
Yes.
And you understand that you want to waive extradition. Is that right?
Yes.
You understand that they have 14 days to come get you. Specifically, Wisconsin has 14 days to come get you. And if they don't come get you within that time, Harris County will release the hold. This is how you understand this? Okay, so what we need,
So I just signed for 14 days, right?
correct, and we need you to sign, I'll put an X here, and we just need you to sign this document here. And then, guys, can you help her out? She needs to sign. I want to make sure that Tony's.
Yes, sir. Está la X. Aquí, right.
Or hand this back to you, Judge?
Yeah, back here so we can file it. Okay, all right. Good luck to you, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then don't, we still need you. They bring someone else. Hey, Victoria, Waters SFDF tomorrow. Wow.
St. John's.
Great.
I do, yes, the cases will file, like. they only
That's cool.
There from one I made, but the clerk
Judge,
shall.
you wanna go over
But like,
Yeah.
it's like nothing has been. like,
Both cases on page
damaged
one,
to the point.
said for Raymond fell to appear.
So 2501 on the top, and then on Miss Albaceli, 5002
To,
on the mischief. The terroristic threat, is that, when's that on?
It's set on 512 for THA.
We're gonna need, I'd like to get a hold of them with pre-child to see, let her know that we're gonna put on the docket for a week. Cause I'm not gonna just,
Okay, so for the terroristic threat, you want to put it on for a week.
yeah,
But the law on today.
great, I'm revoking, yeah.
Okay. Oh, shoot.
Okay, ready?
Parece que aquí por favor, yo soy su intérprete. Por favor, contesten todo a voz alta.
So who is Piedra? That's this gentleman. All right. Good morning, Mr. Piedra. You were charged with 2 cases. You were charged with driving while intoxicated. You were also charged with failure to stop and give information. On the DWI, you're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. On your failure to stop and give information, you're facing up to 180 days and or a $2,000 fine. You are currently being held at no bond. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Law enforcement officers observed the defendant driving over a median in the road. Law enforcement officers observed the complaining witness Kirkland and witness Taylor screaming at the defendant to stop his vehicle. The law enforcement officers removed the defendant from the vehicle, and they observed the defendant to have strong odor of alcoholic beverage, swaying, and red glossy eyes. The complaining witness stated that the defendant struck her vehicle, that he got out, looked at his hood, but never exchanged information. The defendant then got back in the car and drove off. The damage was approximately $300. Standard field sobriety tests were conducted, a 6 out of 6 on the HGN, and the walk and turn and one leg stand were unable to be performed due to an old foot injury. The DIC was read and breath was collected.
Go a little bit slower, Paul, because she's translating.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. The DIC was read and the breath was collected. The test results were a .244 and a .234.
You said that he took off from the accident, right?
Yes,
Did
Your
I
Honor.
miss that? How far did he go until they caught up with him?
See all the downs.
He has an open terroristic threat. Threat's open, right?
What was the name?
Piedra, page 57.
Judge, it just says that the complaining witness and the witness followed the vehicle until he made a complete stop.
And then the cops arrive at that location.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's when they got out of the vehicle and began screaming to get the defendant out of their vehicle to pull over.
I think he has an open terroristic threat from 2001.
2020.
From 2021, he has an open
Yes,
terroristic
Judge.
threat. Am I
Yes,
right?
Judge.
Right? Am I right?
And he tells me that he was deported. And that's why he did not come back to court.
He's in jail, my lord, Judge. I don't know why he's showing.
Why is it so inactive?
I'm not sure why.
But it is an open case.
No, well, he got picked up. Let me see when he got picked up on a case. This is here. He got picked up on terroristic threats. 417.
So it is open.
Last Thursday, he got picked up on that warrant from 2023.
Okay. I find, Mr. Piedra, that you are a flight risk. I don't know that you got deported. All I know is that you have an open case from 2021. And the only reason that we have you now is because you picked up these 2 other cases. So I'm not going to give you a PR bond. I'm going to set you bonds on both of your cases, but I'm going to tell you now that you are not allowed to drive. I don't know if you're going to bond out, but if you do, you will be signing an affidavit with me today promising me you're not going to drive. If I find that you do, I can have a contempt hearing, and every time you drive, it's a possible punishment of up to 180 days in jail and a $500 fine. Do you understand? You were ordered not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, and I'm going to put a guardian interlock on you. If you get out, you must obtain a portable device that you're going to take with you everywhere you go to prove to me that you're not consuming alcohol.
Okay.
No alcohol, no drugs, random testing, no driving. Guardian interlock. We have given you a lawyer, Mr. Piedra. It is your responsibility to stay in touch with her. If you do bond out, you must stay in touch with her. If you fail to do this again, and if you fail to come back to court, then I will make your bonds high. So I'm gonna set both bonds at 5,003. And then the terroristic threat is right now set at 1501. I'll just leave it as is. And then I don't know if he's gonna bond out or not, but if he does, then he will be
Yes, Judge.
required to comply with the bond conditions. I want you to understand, Mr. Piedra, that I'm going to do everything in my power to protect my community at all costs. I just don't want another death on the roads. That's all I'm asking. Okay. And then this gentleman is,
And this is Mr. Portillo Lopez, and he does have an immigration hold, Judge,
Mr. Portillo.
as well.
Is it under remote? Yeah, there it is. Okay, Mr. Lopez, you were charged with driving while intoxicated. You're also charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. As part of your bond conditions, I'm ordering you not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. If you do not have a Texas driver license and liability insurance, then you are not allowed to drive as well. I guess will do whatever you want to do with Mr. Lopez. Right now, he's got the immigration detainer, so I don't know if he's going to be able to bond out. So I guess we'll just give you a week or two setting, and then just let us know what you would like to do.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't think he's had probable cause, Judge. I don't see it.
He has.
Oh, yes, okay,
I'm
Judge.
showing that. Let me see.
All right.
Yeah, they found a problem.
Okay.
April 20th. So last night at 4:54 in the morning.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
That's good. So.
All right, so, on page 10, Curtis, it was an OPC. Are we expecting a nollie on that one? Also, April's in the waiting room.
Can you do me a favor? On Aggravated, she picked up a criminal mischief.
How's that one spelled?
AGB, Aggravated. She was due here for a new case today. Is the criminal mischief with the same complaining witness as the terroristic threat?
No, Your Honor, different complaint, but this is. Yeah. Okay, I'll be out there. Yeah, and I'll be out.
Is right now the no contact. Was that the father and all that?
That was you in the email, right?
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
Okay. Harold, you ready?
Report, Your Honor, yes. Just read Mr. Garcia right here. Mr. Garcia, Alberto Garcia, he came from getting tested.
Yes.
And I believe he tested positive. Cocaine and
Weed and alcohol.
Cocaine, weed, and alcohol.
Mhm.
Cocaine, weed, and alcohol.
Is that right, guys? Possibly cocaine?
Presumptive positive for THC, alcohol, and cocaine.
I'm now going to test you like crazy to make sure that you're not using, and then the next time you will stay with me. Do you understand?
I understand.
I'm giving you the ability and the opportunity now to stop on your own. And if you're unable to, then we will do it my way. And I promise you, you're not gonna like the way that I do it. Do you understand?
I understand.
You will be testing 2 times a week, so I know that you're not using it. Okay. What was the last name again?
Garcia, Alberto Garcia.
I'm also ordering you not to have contact with your sister, not to be in possession of weapons. If I find that you have contact with her, I'm issuing it. Let me make sure there's a protective order.
The paper that I have, it says that.
It does say that.
Yeah, that I can't be 220 feet.
It's already in his conditions, I think, but it's he's gonna update it.
I don't see a protective order that.
Or maybe not protective order, but if you show me the description.
The court identifies JV as a protected individual, not commit family violence or an assault against this person, commit an act in furtherance of an offense under section 42.072 of the Texas Penal Code, which is the stalking statute. You cannot threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You cannot be in possession of a weapon. Harold, how old is he?
21.
Where do you live?
7298 Kings Gate.
I mean, are you living with mom and dad, or where do you live?
Mom.
Okay, does this person also live there as well?
Yes, but we don't have no contact, and I'll be out of work. And I feel since I already knew about the case that I can't be there, I'm find another place to.
I don't want to put you out on the street, okay? Where else? I'm gonna let you speak to Harold to see whether we will take off the residential restriction, okay? But I'm going to protect every person in this county, Mr. Garcia. You have to understand that your mom or whoever in your life probably doesn't have 10 to 20 grand to get you out on a bond if you violate this. So if you go to jail, you will probably be stuck like Chuck in there until this is over with. And it takes damn near 9 months just to get a 911 tape. Do you understand?
I understand, sir. So
Make wise decisions because you get no more warnings from me. If he has nowhere else to go, I don't want to put him out on the street where he can go back to the house with mom. But I just don't want him having contact with sister, you know, and I don't want you to pick up any new cases. You're on bond for felony now. They may very well revoke that bond as it is. Are you picking up this new case?
Let me talk 2 minutes, Judge. I can.
Take your time. Just if you need it, we'll do it.
Yes, sir.
But you need to sign this order for protection before you leave. Okay? Can you file no contact, no weapons, please? Don't worry about it. He's gonna be supervised. I don't need you to do it. What?
Sorry. I just think.
Yeah.
Judge, we don't want to reset, Mr. Joseph until we get a final say from you whether or not you're going to revoke his bond on the BVR.
Say it again?
We don't want to reset, Mr. Joseph to do the TRAS date.
Where's he?
He's right here.
Well,
There was a PPR.
I know.
Oh.
Wherever he's going 4 or 5 minutes. I don't know what the deal is, Judge.
What are you doing yourself these days? Are you working?
No, I'm trying to
Yes,
find a
sir,
job
no,
now.
sir, to the judge, or no, your honor, or yes, your honor, to the judge.
When is the last time you had a job?
I never had one. I'm making an appointment to get my ID. It's kind of hard to get a job with the ankle marks on my leg.
You haven't even tried.
I've been doing a job. I can show you.
Done.
I've been doing job applications, but I ain't never had a job, so I don't got a good resume, so.
You graduated from high school. I think the deferred is the right thing to do. You get on this probation, I'm gonna whip you up. I'm telling you now, I'm not gonna play. You will be expected to do things, and if you don't, there's a heavy price to pay if you don't. No more clowning, no more sitting on your tuchus doing nothing. We expect results. And if you just sit there and think that you're just gonna do nothing and smoke weed, it's not gonna happen, man. It's not. You're on a fast track to nowhere in this life, Mr. Johnson. This life sucks without money. It really does. You're setting yourself up for not a damn thing, just to become another statistic. You've not finished high school, not looking for a job. What do you do all day? What do you do?
I nothing to do. I just tell you, I've been looking for jobs. I made an appointment for my ID. I'm waiting to get an ID.
What do you have in your life that's pushing you to do anything good? Is mom and dad around?
My daddy passed, my mama, yeah.
Yes, sir, no, sir. Or
Yes, sir.
your honor.
Mom or what?
Sir.
Do you live with mom?
I live with my girlfriend.
So the girlfriend is who works, who's pulling your,
Yeah,
giving you everything?
sir.
You're okay just riding and letting the girlfriend work and just,
Nah, I've been looking for a job. I've been doing job applications.
when is the last time you've had a job?
I never had one.
Okay, so you a bum. You've done nothing. How old are you now? Okay, it stops. It stops now. You understand? I'm gonna keep you all so close. You're gonna think that I'm the parental figure here, because that's what's gonna happen. Enough is enough. We need to get on this quick before this ends up nowhere real quick. So send it for the TRAS today, back on Monday, and I want it done Monday. And the first thing that we will do once that happens, 2 weeks to get an ID.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Done. Hi, Joe.
Judge, I'm back on, Mr. Martinez, you emailed Chief Geis, I believe. Just following up on that, Your Honor.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to listen.
No issues responded.
I just got an email saying that they're gonna follow up. So today's Monday.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
set it for Wednesday.
This was it?
Yeah, I'll waive the appearance. So just come back. If we have an answer, great. If not, I'm gonna follow up email, and then I'm gonna email like every other minute until we get a reply.
All right, Judge.
I will be relentless.
All right.
Mr. Taichi.
On, Mr. Delgado, Dean Delgado, just taking in on a felony warrant. Just want to, discuss the, bond conditions. I believe he has, the, ignition interlock. You ordered him to do that.
Give me a second.
I understand, but what I'm
driving backwards on the shoulder of a road, and he's got alcohol in the car, allegedly.
I'm not arguing any of that right now. I just want to say he no longer has the vehicle. can we order a portable device?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but let him know.
Yeah, he understands. I talked to him
Yeah,
about that
absolutely,
already.
of course.
Okay, I'm not arguing any of that just yet. Not yet. We'll wait to see, but I appreciate your
Absolutely.
thank you.
I do have an update on that active situation outside. Scene secure, there's a deputy that's being transported.
No.
To medical attention. I don't know why, as well as, someone.
They got who? They got a suspect? Was,
Suspect's also being transported. I got those.
so it was a shooting.
That's what I understand. They don't have much information out there investigating it, but it is secured.
Harold, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Abel, you've been waiting a long time. I'm sorry. So next time, just yell, man. I always forget. I've got so many windows open that I forget.
No worries, Judge.
Okay, what you got, bud?
I have Mr. Benavides, Irving Benavides. It was a bond forfeiture from a couple of years ago. He just popped back up on the radar. I was.
I can always tell how old it is by what the bond I said, you know? What do you want?
Judge, I wasn't aware of it this morning, or else I would have addressed it when I was there this morning. But I was requesting a short reset.
Yeah,
for sure. For it to be rolled to tomorrow, so I can get my ducks in a row. But I was told it was very busy tomorrow.
So, Mr. Benavides, I don't know if he's going to bond out, but if he does, GPS prior to release, please. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with the complaining witness. You tell me what you want, Abel. I'm putting a monitor on him if he takes off, or if he gets a bond, bonds out.
I mean, whenever Victoria thinks we should bring him back, I'm fine with that. But he has been missing.
Give me a second. I'll get a date for you. Hold on.
For a good while.
All right, got it. Should you need me, Judge?
Yeah.
On video?
Benavides, we need a date.
How much time?
You want a week? A day? A weekday?
Up to the court, Judge. I'm there tomorrow.
I don't care. I guess do a week.
April 30th.
April 30th?
I'll be there.
Done.
All right, got it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Penman.
Hey, Judge. I just wanted to follow up on Palacio. He got sent for the drug test today. He did just text me and said they just called him up to do the drug test, so he should be back over.
So we'll roll it. It's already nearly 1 o'clock. Let's roll it till tomorrow. Because by the time we get him, okay?
Okay, and you want him there again tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay. I will let him know. Yeah, I just wanted to check in.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Harold.
Judge, Mr. Garcia, these cases are both almost a year old, like June, July of last year. He's been living with his sister and his mom ever since this happened way back when. I guess she called the police, reported it, so it's not a current thing with him. I know it's a serious charge.
Okay, so I'm okay with it then. I'm okay with him going back. We'll do no threatening, no harassing with sister. Okay, my main concern is the other drugs though, right? That I don't want him using. And I don't know if that contributed to or was a factor of, so, so he can go back. We'll take off the residential restriction, no threatening, harassing, and then just no using. And then, but we'll have to test him a lot to make sure he's not using, that's it. Whatever day you want. Or actually, we'll see him on Thursday, to make sure he's not using.
Sure, I think I'll be,
You can always Zoom, remember.
Judge, may I interject? Was this on O'Neill?
it was like,
Everyone-
Garcia.
Garcia.
And then I have one more to ask about, Judge. Mr. O'Neill, he's a new case that we have. Michael O'Neill. Prosecutors have been working on this. I think they just made the rip call. He's been out of his house for,
Oh, right.
I think a week. And he cares for his elderly father, who's like 80. and he has some kind of dementia problem where he wanders out and they can't find him. His mom was also there, but they both had strokes not too long ago at the same time.
My issue is with the complaining witness, though. Does the complaining witness live there? Is she in fear of him? Is she okay with him going back? If she is, I would be too. But I want to follow what she wishes, like what she wants, because she's obviously a resident of the house as well. And have you had a chance to contact her?
Yes, Judge, I just spoke with her.
And
A little bit of context to the situation, the defendant is her father.
come up. O'Neill. No. O'Neill. Hold on. Let me so you can hear this.
Bring stuff.
Okay. My sole issue is protecting as many people as I can. That's what I want to do. I know, or it may come at an inconvenience to you, but I like to follow the wishes of the complaining witnesses because I don't want them to live in fear. There's nothing worse than having to live in fear, having to walk on eggshells, and that's what we try to prevent here. And I know that you have your side of the story, and there's always two sides of the story, but the best recipe that I usually find is keeping people away from themselves. The problem is that may be a disadvantage of you because you may have nowhere else to go. But what other choice do I have? I don't know, right? Tell me, you were able to speak to her.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'll relay the message she gave me. So just a little bit of context, the defendant is her father, is what she says. And she says she's had no contact with him since the incident. But she does say she's been getting updates from family about the defendant that she's not asking for. She said that she's getting married and planning on starting a family, and her heart's desire is to have her father in her life, but she said that he's proven that it cannot happen. She states that she is done with her relationship with the defendant. The defendant has not changed. She wants no contact. She's currently working on making her restraining order permanent. She states that the defendant is not trying to get help. She states that she wants anger management, Alcoholics Anonymous, and Narcotics Anonymous treatment.
So there's drug issues and alcohol issues.
According to the complaining witness, Your Honor, yes. So we know about the situation.
Stop. Don't say anything. Just don't.
And so we know about the situation where he needs some of the items he has at his place. She says that she has them placed in bags. She says that she's either told the family to handle giving the items to the defendant, or she is okay if the defendant comes with officers while she's not present.
So she obviously lives at that house?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who, is it grandfather's house? Whose house?
I'm not sure.
I mean.
It holds the grandpa's house, his father's house. But he had actually moved in there to help out with his parents and, well, I told you, he had strokes at both times. Judge.
Yeah, but I can't, she's living there and, it's.
So I'm told that his daughter is a drug user, Judge, and that this happened late at night. In fact, even in the DIMS, it says that this alleged assault.
I can't really.
No, but it says alleged assault happened at 2:30, but we didn't call the police until 4, I believe. And she mentions a long gun, but there was no guns found at the scene.
I don't know. I just don't want you to, she doesn't want to have contact with you. So don't have contact with her. Don't use any drugs. Don't use alcohol, and making that a condition of your bond as well. I don't know what to tell you, but she lives there. And if I allow you to go back to that house, it's a recipe for disaster.
Judge, he does live with his parents and does nowhere else to stay right now. He's been living at the Star Hope shelter for a week. In fact, they arrested him in his underclothes and he's wearing clothes that were given to him.
Well, like you said, he can go back and get the stuff. He's got to go with an officer. And at a time that she's not going to be there, I guess we could work that out.
His ID and cell phone, all that are at the house and they can't get that.
She has it in bags ready to give to him. You know what? Also do this. If you want to, we can roll this to tomorrow, but will you also reach out to, I guess, the homeowner and get their opinion? Are they okay with him coming back? Perhaps you can get their side as well and see what they say. So we get like a neutral and detached person to see, is this because he obviously wants to go back to the house? I mean, we know that she doesn't, but the problem is that if I let you go back to this house, you will invariably at one point or the other, you're going to run into her. And it's going to be disastrous because it always is. And then you're going to end up back in jail. You're out because we gave you a free bond right now. You need to understand that if you go back, you probably have no one in this world that's going to pony up 5,000 to 10,000 to get you out. You will be stuck like Chuck. You need to consider these things when you're out there. I'm not asking much from you. I just don't want you to have contact with this person and don't have any weapons and don't use. That's all I'm asking. You want to roll this tomorrow to see if there is perhaps a way that they could kind of separate, kind of bifurcate the house, so to speak?
Again, is your father able to answer the call if they call and talk to him?
No. Well, look, I don't want you guys to talk here. Let's do this. Let's roll it to tomorrow. See, do you mind reaching out? Is there a possible way to kind of divide the house in half or is there like a garage apartment or is there like a shed or something that he could stay at? I don't know, but
That's how I've been living. You're separate from her.
Yeah, I'm separate from all of them.
We can talk about, he's telling me that he's separate, living away from everybody, his own room, I guess.
I want to hear it from them too.
Sure.
I don't want to hear it just from you. I want to hear it from them that they feel protected. That's my own concern,
I understand.
So we can, come back tomorrow because it's already 1 o'clock, right?
What time tomorrow?
Same time, early, 8, 9 o'clock. So
we'll be here tomorrow.
So guys, this is Mr. O'Neill. So no contact, no weapons, no going to the house for the time being, no drugs, no alcohol, random testing, please. All right, Mr. O'Neill.
Testing.
No drugs, no alcohol, and I'm going to test you to make sure you're not using. If you test positive for drugs or alcohol, I'm going to put you in jail. Don't use. All right? Okay. All right. Good luck, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Judge. My excuse.
Thank you.
Martha?
You better stop, have a seat for me, get your bag. You might have a seat and I'll call you whenever they're ready.
Come on.
Page 10, Curtis with no PC. Are we expecting a nollie on that one?
So you bring it to next Monday for the last Monday of the month.
Okay. The rain is gonna. There's this thing, this,
Figure out 255.
All right, Judge, page 19, fines. I was told we were expecting dismissals on those.
What say you guys?
Yeah, that's the one that Quinn is.
Rooker said he emailed y'all.
Okay. Then, I'm going for it now.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you have it.
I'm going for it now, Judge.
Next, Judge, is page 20, Irving. F4 arraignment goes to 02 bonds posted.
5,002.
CO?
Yep,
Let me know when you're ready.
thanks. Okay, I'm ready.
Page 24, Martinez. I saw Joe was in line. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we rolled it 2 days.
Today,
Yeah, because we're still waiting on a,
response?
yeah.
Okay, next up is page 28, Melbar. I was told the supervision order was coming our way.
I have one on Mariana Odiambo. I have a supervision order, just so you know.
Yes, there needs to be two. So far, only one. Without counsel.
Sorry.
No worries. Yes.
Yes.
Yep, I gave them a reset already. Don't let them read.
Are you ready? We're doing your plea? Yeah, okay.
Judge said Monday, Thursday, testing, so I'll put them on the list. Judge page 31, Ortiz. No policing was found. Are we
Exhibit
expecting
Steele?
tally?
Alan.
Xavier Steele.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Real quick, I'm approaching on behalf of Chaston Black. This is off docket. I can give you the cause number.
Okay, what is it?
254-0799.
Yes.
Yeah, so I filed a motion to restore property today. The case was dismissed back in, I believe, in March. It may be it may be beginning of April as well.
Okay, are you around tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, come by so you can get with the state to see what their opinion is, whether they're opposed or unopposed.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Please.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Page 34, Price, is that for written counsel Spears first time?
2501.
Page 35,
Both?
well, Robinson, a bond was posted. I can take a look at the date. I think it's at 5/23 apparently. So I was gonna call the defendant and give.
Okay, let me know.
That's an issue, but page 35 and 36, Rodriguez.
2501 each.
Page 38, Walker, 2 bonds posted.
5002. I'm doing a BO.
Okay.
Okay, Vic. Who's next?
Judge, that was the
That's it?
last one. We have Lane, that's P, and that's it.
Okay. Ready? You ready? You mind bringing out Lane? Thanks.
You said the dates? Okay.
Yeah, that's supposed to be 5003. Piedra.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 5,003.
Ain't on lane, we just go slowly through.
For sure, of course.
I haven't set the, oh, wait, let me see.
Darío?
That was gentleman that was in custody. Well, let's get to this, I'll tell you.
I'll raise it, Judge. It looks like. I'll raise it by up.
Explain Comcast.
That's right.
You bring me. Let's see. Go ahead and sign on, is that right there? Here, let's see. Mr. Lane, can I get your right thumb on the blue light, center of the blue light, press down and hold? Great.
Good morning, Mr. Lane.
Good morning.
You were charged with 4 counts of assault.
Fifth, Judge.
I'm sorry. Theft. 4 counts of theft. You have worked out an agreement that you're pleading guilty to one of those. It is 165 days in jail, but we will give you credit for the 55 days that you've done, so there's no more jail time. But this will go on your record. It will be there forever. You now have at least 2, so if you ever pick up another theft, you will be charged with a felony. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
If they charge you with a felony, you will be looking at years instead of days. So I wouldn't do this again because you're looking at a lot of time. Do you understand?
I understand.
You give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, it goes on your record. You can never take it off. Do you understand?
I understand.
Where are you going when you leave here?
I'm going to start off a bridge to Spirit Key or Bridge of Muddy Waters.
You have family that's around?
Yeah, I have family that live in Hunters Glen 3. My dad
Back to them.
Being an older person, I was always doing everything on my own. I go for them for resources.
If you want any help, come back here and we can help you with things. You know, we can give you, a cell phone, tablet, place to stay, food. If you have family, perhaps they'll take you back in so you don't wander the streets. Nothing good happens on the streets. Do you understand?
Understand.
How do you plead to the theft? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to follow the agreement. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Lane. Really? Really?
I know there's a lot of administrative stuff that you have to do.
We always do.
I appreciate it as always.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you want 5,000 on all the states?
No, just on the DWI and the FSGI.
Okay.
Yes.
And you tell us if you're at that state, you know what?
Huh?
The terroristic threat. can stay at
Just leave it.
50.
Yeah, leave it at 15. Okay, are you ready? Are we done?
Yes, Judge, I'm putting, order of appointments in there for you to sign and I'll take this little. Did we get all our dismissals for Lane?
Did you put all the dismissals for Lane by chance?
Not right now, Judge.
Okay, all right, guys, we're done.
Can I get a signature on like, yeah, one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, can you sign one of the bond restrictions? And I have another one for Cummins. It's just life.
Okay, I think I've signed everything.
Put two more discussions. Oh, I got the comments. And then I called the one. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, we got that.
All right, that's it.